Hi, Ninja. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Also to Ray. Hello, hello. We did a Friendsgiving. I've been home for like an hour or so since then. I've just been sweepy, as one is after eating food. We had a lot of fun. We got to hang out with our friends for a little bit. And I'm back to hurt myself because we're going to continue Virche Evermore on Lucas's routes. Yay! Thankful for the best streamer ever. You're so biased. Thank you. So we're going to hop into this. I really don't know how his can continue. Hear me out. His was pretty bad. I don't know where this could go. I'm hoping this isn't that long. Because if it's not that long, we get to do Sheen. Because it was Mathis, Lucas, Sheen, Eves? Adolf. Adolf has to go in that. We're doing this in the order I originally played it, not in my original order I wanted to play it in. Adolf and then Anku. It's the order we're going with. I hope this is loud. I listen to music a lot. I also sometimes don't want to wear these, so I'll set them down here and I'll turn my volume all the way up so it sounds quiet to me, but I might have just turned it too far down. So we're on emotions. So what did you guys eat for Thanksgiving if you celebrate it or if you don't? I always just look at it as an excuse to eat food. That look Coda. Okay, we're gonna change that. I put emotion, but that's actually not what it's called. It's called Desespoir. Pronounced it perfectly. You never saw that coming. How good I could pronounce a word until just then. All right, let's go. This is the despair ending. This is the ending where she's dead. You see that picture? He's putting a ring on her dead skeleton finger. Pretty much the standard stuff. Turkey, mashed potatoes, sweet potato casserole. I didn't have sweet potato casserole. Green bean casserole, cranberry sauce rolls. Okay, very close, very close. So we did Friendsgiving, so we had like a list and everyone got to pick what they wanted to bring. I made the mashed potatoes and I made homemade mashed potatoes. I don't know the right way to describe that other than we didn't use a box. Like I peeled a bunch of potatoes, we cooked them. We made a vegan version and a not vegan version. There is a hair on my lip and I just put on chapstick, which means it's sticking to my lip. And I made the green bean casserole because that's my favorite side dish. My sister made the turkey. My sister made the stuffing. My sister made a vegan stuffing as well because we have a friend who's vegan. They were very excited because they had so many options available to them at our little get together. What else did we make? I can't think of everything else we made. There was other things we made though. Oh, we made hand pies, sort of. They're like cupcake pies. In apple. We make everything from scratch too. I was on potato duty. Same. I got up this morning and just started peeling potatoes. That's what I was working on in the morning. And then I made the green bean casserole. Doesn't take a lot. If you guys know, you know. It's pretty much like 5 ingredients and then it's done. But it's so good. It's so, so good. And then our friend made a pecan pie and she made corn. Like corn and cream cheese. It was crazy. It was good. And my other friend made macaroni and cheese. And then our other friend wasn't sure what to bring, so they brought ice cream because I told them bring ice cream. And then we didn't eat the ice cream because we were dying. Oh yeah, and somebody else made tamales. I just didn't have enough room in my body for tamales at that time, so I brought a bunch of them home. So we're gonna be so full. It was a great time. Such a great time. All right, so that's my dead body in my I still have a cage, yo. Tamales. Oh yeah, we were talking about tamales too because my sister's made tamales. She has a thing just to make tamales in. And my one friend was talking about how she missed having sweet tamales and I was like, "Oh yeah, my sister wanted to make those." She's like, "She should make them for Christmas." And we're like, "Oh, I see it. I hear you." Hello, Blue. Hello, Jay. I'm sorry I didn't say hello to Blue. Sweet corn tamales. Yes, 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 yes. that was something else. My sister wanted to make the pineapple ones, but sweet corn was someone else they talked about. Dude, I love tamales. To be clear, I could survive off tamales, if I'm being so real with you. Happy Thanksgiving! I'm going to be lurking for a little bit, eating right now. Also, I'm almost done with the Go School Stories common route. I'm going to do Coda route tomorrow. Nice. Exciting. I hope you are enjoying your food. I hope you have a lovely meal. Hopefully, so I actually will have a stream on Sunday. Just a heads up, guys, for next week. I'm off Sunday and Tuesday next week, so I will have a stream on Sunday, and I'll have like that short stream I do on Tuesday before we go to the comic book shop. So I will have 2 streams next week. I don't know if I'm going to squeeze another one in or not. We will see. But chances are there's not going to be. But we're going to try. But yeah, I'm this lump right here, question mark? Am I this lump? Is that me? Hey, Bum Bun. Still sick as crap. Gonna shower now. Oh my god. Since I can stand now without getting winded. I'm proud of you. And I'm so sorry. I'm also gonna take a shower tonight. And hopefully get my hair a little bit more. There is still that hair. There's a hair on my face. I can feel it. You know that feel? Like, I feel it, but I'm not getting it anytime I touch my face. Like, I might just get to wipe my entire chapstick off to figure out where this hair is at. Where this hair at? My friend, this is the dress I wore at my party. This is the dress I got not too long ago. It's so cute. She said I look like Thing 1 and Thing 2. I laughed because I was like, oh my god, I do. Because my hair is this color now. So, it was a great time. Arpichel was a country possessed by death. We know.
Augusto.
I'm going to change the start time because we just chatted for so long, guys.
Rodolfo.
August, Cirrus, Jeanette, Rodolphe, in a small cave hidden along the shore.
Marie. Scien. Hugo. Jan.
Damn, Lucas, why are you so pretty? He's part Fae, most likely. Actually, is this a new outfit for him? Look at his shirt. Marie, Sheen, Hugo, Jean. Through the bars of the cold iron birdcage, I held the hand of Leah that wore the ring I gave her. We're all... I'm sorry, Asia. Ooh, Lucas. I repeatedly spoke the names as if praying.
これで私の記憶に残っている殺した者たちの名はすべてでしょうか
Wait, you killed Marie? Oh, that's not Marie. Hang on, I'm thinking of somebody else. Who's Marie? Sheen? Hugo? I'm sorry. Those are all the names of the people I have killed that remain in my memory. Truth be told, I knew there were far more people I had killed whose names I did not know. Isn't that Mom? Oh no, I just call her Mom. Wait, is that her name? Doesn't sound right. Oh, they're doing fireworks outside. Crazy. It's Thanksgiving. It's not New Year's. Calm down. Is it Marie? Is that her name? Like her real name? Oh, wait. Dude, did she go back to being a queen in his route? I don't remember that. Truth be told, I knew there were far more people I had killed whose names I didn't know. The only atonement I could make now was to continue offering my apologies to those I did remember.
こうして名前を並べてみると
They fire guns here every holiday?
愚かな化け物であったか
That's too much. Guns should not be fired, and not near
を
people.
改めて自覚できますね
Too many stories about that ended up hitting somebody. I just keep hearing. I heard popping at first, and I was like, "Is it a gun?" And then I heard a whistling sound, like a Roman candle sound. I was like, "Ah, nah." I also don't appreciate. We're in Phoenix, right? There are some areas, lots of space. This is a giant apartment building. You can cause a fire with fireworks. Hear me out. You need appropriate space. People don't know what to do. Like, I don't know. There's places where fireworks, perfect, great, ready. Not here. Not here. Also, it's Thanksgiving. I've never bought fireworks for Thanksgiving. It's unnecessary. Now that I say their names, I can see very clearly how foolish of a monster I was.
君もそう思うでしょ
Aw, he knows me. I'm sure you would agree, Leah. Shucks. Yeah. Stop being an asshole. Does he just die? Is this the end of his? That's hilarious. I coughed up a large amount of blood. And he just dies. That's the end. The end. No? A few days had passed. After plunging our Purcell into chaos and despair, do we all remember? Does everybody remember when he literally slaughtered everybody? I went into hiding here with my new wife, Leah, to escape the resentment that spread throughout the country. I'm not gonna lie, this looks like a scene from, like, Amnesia. Not like Amnesia, but like Amnesia. You guys know what I mean, right? Amnesia. My 23 years was nearly up. My body constantly screamed with pain, and blood continued to flow from my mouth as my mind filled with a haze. Are you all right, Lucas? Her worried voice echoed in my mind.
ああすみません愛する妻に心配ばかりかけるなど夫として
I feel nothing.
情けない限り
So sorry. To think I've worried my beloved wife. I am indeed a pathetic husband. But I could no longer tell her that I would be fine. I
いよ
suppose.
いよといったところ
He's back to the slow
で
speaking
し
again.
ょうか
Was he always dying before and I just didn't realize it? The entire time I was all like, could you speed this up, Lucas? He was just constantly dying. I suppose my time is up. Shucks. Oh well. Death's scythe was biting into my neck. Pain filled my lungs, my head spun, warping the appearance of my beloved. Yes, it's because he is dying, Leah, the whole time. My bad. I didn't realize he was just always coughing up blood constantly in the previous game. I missed it. Constantly. He stopped coughing up blood in the after story we played through, and he still died in that one. Her bright hair slowly darkened in my vision, and only her porcelain skin remained visible.
ごめんなさい私は君を一人この暗く寂しい鳥かごに置いて
Did I forget how she died? In the previous game, she was a skeleton. Why are we in the cage again? He put us back in the cage. He put us back in the cage. We're dead. But in the CG from this time, I was skin and bones. Wait. I was skin and bones. How can this be a few days? I'm confused. I'm so confused. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Please hold. Eves. Mathis? Gone too far. Okay, that's the Force Kiss. My sister's a mutant. No punishment in Hades. I will offer you my immortal body as many times as you want. That is a skeleton. That's a skeleton. How is this a few days? This can't be, was I covered in acid? How did she die? I've forgotten everything. Anku, I've missed you so much. There's Lucas being crazy. Actually, wait, why is he wearing his other outfit? He wasn't wearing his other outfit when he murdered me. Well, I guess he's wearing his other outfit in this scene. Okay. I don't know. I don't understand. I remember being put back in the cage, but she was a skeleton. So how is she a skeleton? Did he like, he's like, let me wash you, and he's like bathing her in a formaldehyde? Like, what's happening? He said it's been a few days just now. I'm catching all the inconsistencies in your stories. A few days had passed. They messed something up. They forgot. They didn't even want to reread it. They didn't even care. They're like, I don't know. It's been a couple days. She's a skeleton. It's fine. Did we forget to mention that her skin is like, it just, when she's dead, she just burns off her body. I'll be leaving you alone in the dark cage. I took a bloodied breath.
死にます。
I'm gonna die now. Lucas! She looked at me with sorrow. Yes, my life would be reaped by death, and I would be taken to Hades as punishment for my sin. Or someone swapped her body with a skeleton. She's not actually dead. Oh my god. I'd never be able to go where she did. I still don't remember how she died. I just remember she died in that one. I was a sinner and a monster with no rights to live again.
ありがとう。
Thank you, Leah. I desperately swallowed my growing feelings of loneliness and whispered my thanks in a hoarse voice as I took her hand again. Her skeleton hand. She's a skeleton.
どうかこの命が終焉を迎えるその瞬間まで
Also, props to her skin. Or not her skin, her
私
bones.
のそばに
They really shouldn't be staying together like this. Please stay by my side until my life fades away.
あの時の私のわがままをこうして
Thank you
叶えてくれて
for making my selfish wish come true. Ah, he's doing it again. Can you die faster, please? Like, Leah accepted my plea back then and stayed by my side the whole time. I was sure she would see me off with a tearful face as I drew my final breath. Was he mad and killed her? I'm pretty sure the yellow...
私が死んだら君は一体どんな人生を送るのでしょうね。
Shut up, Lucas. I'm pretty sure that yellow blob in the background is her, so there's no way she's alive. She's a skeleton. I remember that. But there's inconsistencies here. Oh man, how did she die? Did she get attacked? Was Lucas mad? Like, you know, like, like seeing stars, whatever you call it. And killed her, and then she was just like, but I love him. Anku, and then, I can't remember. It's been so long. When I die, I wonder what kind of life you will lead. Oh boy, she gone. She's been gone. You've been sleeping next to a corpse. You kill so many people you don't even realize when they're dead anymore. Each wheezing breath I took was another tick of the clock towards my
で
end.
きることなら私のことなど忘れ君を正しい 形で愛してくれる人と寿命を全うしてほしいのですが。
Lucas. Oh my gosh. I haven't missed this. But I'm gonna tell you right now, she's not thinking about a thing right now. If you would, please forget about me. I want you to live a good life with someone who will love you. Knowing how kind she was. Don't say that. It'll never happen. Remember, Lucas, I'm your wife and your hallucination.
そう言うと思っていました。
I knew you would say that. Okay. Thank you, Ray. In Lucas's route for Virche Evermore era salvation, Cirrus dies as a result of the air virus, which is spreading rapidly throughout the world, ultimately succumbing to its effects despite Lucas's efforts to save her. This happens towards the end of the route, serving as a major tragic element in the story. Was that something that Dr. I started to say the wrong name. The doctor guy was making? Was he making that? Who made an air virus? Oh man. Lucas, you knew I would say that because you are speaking on my behest. I am but a fragment of what I used to be, and I have no voice or vocal cords, so like, no words are coming from this. As we held hands, her cheeks turned red, and I mustered the little strength I had left to smile.
この先何があっても
He talks so slow.
君は私と
This is pretty long for someone who's literally dying and his girlfriend's already dead.
家族
No matter what happens, you and Nadia are my family. Memories of the time I spent with Leah and Nadia flowed into a sudden jolt. Before my memories could play back, the room shook as did the air itself. That's me stopping a flashback. I'm like, no! No more flashbacks! End this! An earthquake? How strange. A natural disaster that was rare in Arpachel, and of all times it had to occur just before my life faded away. It was me. Leah! Oh goodness. I instinctively pushed her further into the cage. A second later, heavy debris fell from the ceiling around the space between us. Me saying I don't give two shits about Lucas. I like... What's up with them bars, yo? Okay. Sorry, I got too distracted by the bars. Fortunately, nothing more happened and she was safe from the rubble that had fallen in the cave. How do you know if she was safe? She's dead, yo. Scien, my love, please give me strength. Remember, he's our next route, okay? Like, hold that in your heart. He's next. Leah, are you all my vision inverted? I'd be surprised too. What does that mean? What is inverted? How does your vision invert? Are you seeing colors differently? I collapsed to the ground, my knees no longer able to support the weight of my body. The shock made me cough up even more blood. It can't be. Did he just realize she's dead? This couldn't be my final moment. Do you like the title at least? Oh god, when you started screaming, I was like, Scien? Yeah, I finished his after ending story, or his alternate ending story. I didn't do these ones yet. Leah, I turned my head to look in the direction of where I pushed her. Deeper inside the birdcage, my beloved life was laying on the ground far beyond my reach. I reached desperately through the silent space between us, but I couldn't reach her from here. As you deserve. Has anybody watched the movie Not Death Becomes Her? War of the Roses. This is a very old movie. I would be surprised if you've seen it, but it's a great movie. I highly recommend it if you want a movie. It's got Danny DeVito in it. It's got these two actors that are kind of like, they're like iconic together. They were in a couple movies together actually, but Romancing the Stone and War of the Roses. War of the Roses was a very specific story though, but there's a part in it that like near the end of this movie, he's like in love with her and he's like reaching out to touch her, and then they're both dying and she just like throws his arm off of her like, don't touch me. Like I would rather like, don't touch me. The despair of being so close yet so far. Yeah, no. Honestly, I wish we were further apart. Don't want to listen to that. As I extended the last of my strength into calling out to her, my heartbeat grew weaker. It's wild you put her in a cage if you wanted to hold her. She was already dead. I don't want to die. Not like this. I want to be by your side. I want to die holding you. He makes me think of the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie. The original movie that the TV show's based off of has a scene where one of the vampires is stabbed and he just dies slowly, where he's like, and he like starts rolling at one point. And they're trying to talk, and then finally he's like, do you mind? Can you just quit it? My heavy eyelids lowered as if to separate me from this world. From the frail finger of my beloved. A plink. The ring I gave her fell with a chime. Suddenly, her beautiful skin turned to bone. What? The chime shook my memory. Boy forgot she was dead. Boy forgot he murdered everybody. I love you. Remember when she was dying? Is it because she's made of Lycoris? That was something I said. Maybe like she just evaporates. Leah's words, the real words she spoke as I killed her. As I murdered her. Dude, just die. Can you just die? The feeling of ripping her flesh. The warmth of her blood drenching her clothes. Her last smile she left for me. I remember it all now. You're dragging... That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, so what's the point of this story? I wish I knew. I honestly would have thought it'd be hilarious if it was literally like less than 10 seconds and it was just that whole scene where he's like, and now I'm dead. Just over. The illusion shattered along with my sanity. And I died, right? Because I'm dying? Die. Me right now. I'm so sorry, Blue. What have I done? I wasn't leaving her behind. I had actually made her leave ahead of me. My wish to be with her until my last breath would never come true. That's right. I lowered my outstretched hand, tears of regrets dripping onto the ground. With my blood, I didn't have the right to reach out to her anymore. Steal?
君と最後まで共にいたかった。
All of us. Why? What have I done? Why am I here?
いてほしかった。
I was about to send screenshots of my tier list, and out of nowhere I heard a weird sound. Yeah, that's about right. I wish you were together until the end. I wanted you with me. You should have stabbed yourself, I guess. I understood it now. This must be...
君のいない最後が
Lucas, do me a favor. Just disappear. Like, dude, this is taking long for someone who's dead. Dying without you here is so lonely. This must be my real punishment from God. I'm really curious how the other story goes, since they're both dead. Spoiler alert, they both died at the end of that one. Unable to take a last look at her, I closed my eyes to keep her in my memory, and so I died. Completely alone, next to the corpse of Cirrus, also known as Leah in this situation. The end. How does my eyes open? The end, which was already the end in the last game. When I open... Oh, is that a pinging sound? Or is my ears just ringing? Am I dying? Oh my god. When I opened my eyes, I was facing a dark road devoid of any light, perhaps leading to Hades, where sinners were judged. Okay, but is he hot? Like, hear me out. Dude, in a daze, I was about to take a step when I noticed a small light fly by me, heading towards a light in the distance. The light stopped, turned around, and came closer to me.
よかった。やはり優しい君は
Are we gonna
天
see
に向かう
Papa?
ことができるのですね。
Thank God. I knew that someone as kind as you would go to heaven. Suddenly it's a crossover. Oh, imagine? Like, wait, hang on. Virche struggle? Let's go. I felt myself regain the ability to smile.
ナディアと共に来世では幸せな人生を。
Please live happily in your next life with Nadia. Without warning, black flames of judgment engulfed my body. I turned my back to the light and headed down the path to Hades. Confirmed, Hades does exist. A few years later, oh my God, a girl and her young sister were born in Arpachel, which was still cursed with death. As the older one grew into a young lady, many men were taken by her angelic features and asked for her hand in marriage. I'm waiting for my beloved from the past life, says the blonde girl. Oh my god, this is Tengoku's struggle. He is not worthy. He is not worthy to be acting like my guy. What's his name? Oh gosh, what's the guy that has a sister who's a little bit psycho? Because we died, we get reborn, we meet him again. She refused to ever marry. Refused every marriage proposal she received. One day, her beloved sins would be forgiven and he would stand by her side once more. But is he gonna be born in this century? Sadly, such a future would never come true. Girl's gonna just never fall in love again. Bro, wait, what?
私は何ということを。償っても償いきれない。私に君と再会する資格などない。
What was that?
けれど
She was reborn
せめて
with a
どう
younger
か
sister, but refused to ever get
来世
married
では君
because
が
she's waiting on this guy to come
ナ
back.
ディ
This
アと
one.
共に
This guy.
普通の人間として幸せになってくれるようにと。
I'm screaming and laughing insanely. TLDR on this one. I have no right to see with the sins I've committed. That's it. That's the end of that one. I'm... Okay. Hear me out. Why? I understand that Virche is not afraid of giving us an ending where nobody is happy. I get it. I get it. We can't always be okay, right? But don't give me an ending where we're gonna go as far as to show a future where she's reborn and she refuses to get on with her life. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm becoming religious and it's not even a horror game. My gosh. I sent some screenshots in the Discord to tell me the tier list was pain. I gotta make mine. I gotta make my tier list. Oh my goodness. What the heck is this? What is this? How many screenshots do you have? Your Mary list has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 32 people in it. But I do agree with Yukimaru staying up there. I found his route extremely fine. A lot of love interest. The Mary, okay. Date. Okay. That is so much. That's a lot. One night stand. That's fair. Okay. Best friend. Okay. I feel bad that most of Paradigm Paradox is in here, but honestly, there's only one character in Paradigm Paradox I care about. Interesting. Friend zoned. Passelia? You would friend zone Passelia? I can agree with like everything else in that. I would agree with less than friend zone for some of those. Protect. Who's in protect? Mathis. Okay. I DK you or the game, but I might like your route. We had that last time. That had the Apple guy in it from Apple Wars. There's so many in that one. Oh my goodness. Olive Hana Owais. Wait, what's this one called? This is blue. Oh no, it's the same. Oh my gosh. Wait, oh my gosh, it never ends. Wait, it never ends? There's the Apple head guy. That's the guy. I have them on my list. Oh my gosh, that's so long. I heard of you and I might like you. Interesting. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. That's a list. You have created... You've created a list for sure. Oh my gosh. It stopped. It stopped showing me things. There was even more. I enjoy this as a break from what just happened. Olive Hana Owais. Wait, where's Olive Hana Owais? Is it in the no, never, burn in la hell? I put them in the kill tier. Oh man. That's fair. I mean, you don't like yanderes. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Girl, this list. This is dedication. Is this the exact same list we used last year when I did the thing and kept going, I don't know this person, I don't know this person? It looks like it, because there were so many characters, I was like, I'm just picking ones I recognize at this point. Well, that is dedication. I didn't go that far. I give you all the credits for that one. Sinner beyond salvation. Okay. Are we just gonna be ghost? Lou is doing tier list on the Discord, so I said let me do it. I'm gonna create one, and it's specifically just gonna be the ones we've went through this year in 2024. So I'll be doing that with everybody near the end of the year or like at the first-ish of the new year, I'll definitely announce it so that we can try to plan it together and see what our tier lists look like. I'll let you guys do them early if you want me to look at your tier list, and we can judge each other's tier list. Friendly style, right? We don't this is a no meanie zone, all right? We're not mean people. Everyone's free to like who they like. Things are different for everybody. It's impossible to return to those happy days.
それならせめておそばに置いてほしい。
But please keep me by your side.
あなたと一緒ならいかなる裁きも怖くない。
If I'm with you, I will fear no judgment.
私の最大の絶望は
Stay with us, mama. I made a tier saying I don't have an opinion, so the love interest, I don't know, I put their ass in that tier. Yeah. I mean, I think remember last year I had one tier which was like, I don't know you, but I like you. And that's when I had the guy from Bad Apple Wars, and you guys are like, it's on the Vita, and I'm like, well, I didn't buy that one. My greatest source of despair would be
頑張りすぎるあなたを孤独にしてしまうことだから。
leaving you in solitude. We're in hell. Oh my god, are we just in hell? This game just takes place in hell now. We're just in hell, guys. My eyes opened slowly. The sky in the world where I arrived was darker than the night sky I knew. The moon was as red as blood. Fields of black Lycoris VOD stretched out to the horizon. This is hell. Papa Edma! Edma, come to me! I didn't need anyone to tell me that this was the final destination of sinners, Hades, and this is my punishment for falling in love with a murderer and being with him to his final moments after his sister was deformed by a psychotic doctor who also technically brainwashed my boyfriend. I touched my neck. Not a single... Oh, that's right, she also killed herself. Just kidding. And I ended my own life. Not a single drop of blood flowed from the throat I slit using the dagger I borrowed from Anku. I really did die. Wow. Yeah, again, this should just be a tombstone. Remember what I called the last one was like, my boyfriend is a tombstone? This should just be a tombstone. We should be looking at a tombstone. It's like the after endings where everyone's like, congratulations on getting married. They're just like, oh, we're really sorry you're dead. Everyone's just like going on with their lives and you guys are just dead. I faintly recalled the burning pain I felt as I slashed the blade across my neck, though it seems like a distant memory. Unless this was a dream, I was certain that I was now dead. What's the point of this? Lucas time. I assume. Or maybe this is just gonna turn into Tengoku Struggle, but Virche style. I surveyed my dark surroundings. I have to look for him. I began to walk in an effort to find him. I ignored the anguished screams of sinners being punished because forget those people, I've got my own problems, okay? Like, your problems are not my problems. Don't try to make them my problems just by screaming in my ear. I want to see him. Look, see, I'm so brought into my own world right now. The hut alone supported me as I walked ever onward. I saw the back of my beloved who was looking up into the dark sky. Tears began to flow from my eyes. I ran towards him with all of my might. Lucas! More despair, I guess. I threw myself into his chest as he looked at me with confusion. Imagine he has amnesia. Imagine we just embrace every single Otome trope in this one route, guys. I embraced his cold, pulseless body that was no different from mine. But that didn't matter now. I'm so glad I found you. My joy was making me hug him even more tightly.
どうして
I recognize it says damn.
なぜ君がここに
I will say I know we didn't finish the fan disc, but this game will only be worth it because of Scien. The same feeling I had with Cupid's Parasite fan disc only cared for Alan. I'm gonna be so real with you. I still like this better than Cupid Parasite fan disc, even with Lucas. We can't help Lucas, right? Lucas, it would be mean to not give Lucas an after story question mark, even though in both of their stories, clearly they died. And continuing onward, you're literally in hell now. Made no sense. Because this game, in spite of having oh gosh, in spite of having the Watchman of Death, which wasn't really a Watchman of Death, and time travel, was kind of grounded in reality. Does that make sense? Like there was no why are we in hell? I like this more than Cupid Parasite fan disc, but what the fuck is this? Mathis and Lucas were sidelined. Dude, I'm still upset for Mathis. I'm just upset for Mathis. I was excited, honestly, that Gene got his little happy ending. They went too far. Lucas, I understand, but Mathis, why? Yeah. Yeah. I think the only fan disc I like this year is Radiant Tale. Honestly, okay. True story. At my little party today I was at for Thanksgiving, I literally just told my friend she just had to sit here and take it. I explained the entire story of Radiant Tale to her and then explained to her the fan disc today. She just had to listen to it. She just had to sit there and nod while her boyfriend was bored. Just kept going. I was like, and this is Zafra, and I hate him now. Oh my gosh, I'm pissed about Luma. Mathis deserves so much better. Their ending did not have to be what it was. They could have just been happy on a hill, eating pancakes. Like, why did they do this to them? Leah, what you doing here? He held me for a moment, then suddenly gasped as if finally realizing what happened.
まさか
Man.
私の後を追って
Don't tell me you came after me. I totally did. LOLOL. Hearing my reply, Lucas looked pained.
なぜそんなことを
Why did you do
こ
this?
んな最低な男のことなど忘れ幸せになってほしいと私は確かに言ったはずです
I'm sure I told you to forget a horrible person like me to find
今か
happiness.
らでも遅くないせめて君だけでも天に
It's not too late to get you to heaven. Nah. Nah, brah. I strengthened my grip on his body so that I wouldn't let go. There's no way I can find happiness in a world where you're gone. I have no intention of meeting the God that didn't save you. I won't leave you alone anymore. Imagine not saving a serial killer. My selfishness made him cry out.
どうして
Why do this for a man like me?
私のような男のために
I borrowed the
So
lack of spine from the girl from Sympathy's Kiss. Actually, maybe the girl from Sympathy's Kiss is currently borrowing the spine. There's only one spine between all these games. Wasn't it obvious? Like, bro, it's because I love you from the bottom of my heart, yo. That was one and only reason. I am a sinner that should be judged here in Hades for killing you and Nadia. Which is why I will pay for my sins alongside you. Lucas raised his arms. He put his... First off, Nadia was gone, man. He put his hands on my shoulders, likely to move me away, but he can finally breathe without feeling like he's getting like stabbed in his throat from his dying disease. Wow, he can breathe now, guys. With a trembling voice, he slowly moved his hands down to my back.
君は本当に悪い子だ
I don't like that. You really are a bad girl? He hugged me back as he yelled, tears rolling down his face. Is that yelling for him?
私のような殺人鬼に死してもなお愛してもらう資格などありはしないというのに
A murderer like me doesn't deserve to be loved even in death, and yet the tiny joy he felt blended into his anguished yells and disappeared.
愛しい君を冥界になど落としたくはなかった
I didn't want someone as dear as you to fall into Hades, and so he held me tightly in his arms, and just as he was about to cry out again, I said, "Let's atone for our sins together. We'll find Nadia and head back to the surface, bro." What? Bro, suck it up, we're here. Yeah, we can't go back. It's not like time travel exists. And even if it did, we'd live in the reality where the time travel would cause only like a ripple in the time. It couldn't affect the future because whatever happens already happened. That's how time travel works. The sound of his sister's name reminded him that she had been freed from her mutated body.
いいえ。ナディアにはもっと
Nadia
家
deserves a
族と
better
してふさわしい
family.
人がいます。魂まで汚れ切った私は永遠にここで裁かれるのが
Okay, calm down. My soul is impure now and I must be punished here for an eternity. The watchman of death who makes that decision said that he'll be waiting for us on the surface. I remember his gentle push against my back when I set out on my journey to this place. I wanted to see him again. I wanted to give him my thanks and apologize with Lucas after he paid for our sins. With that, Lucas' tears slowly stopped.
はあもう君という子は
Shut up so this can be
本当に
over. Ah, man. Quotes out of context, bro. I see, I almost forgot who you
ダメ
are.
だと思っていても突き放すべきだと分かっていても
Even though I know I should push you
こ
away.
こに来てしまった以上はその願いを叶えるほかない
I don't know if you can beat his ass, by the way. Sorry, I forgot. I just don't think it's possible because he's already dead. I want him to stop talking so badly. Mood, really. Now that you're here, I have no other choice but to make your wish come true. This time, instead of lamenting, Lucas embraced me again with joy at our reunion and then began to stab me over and over again because he's like, we're in hell now and I have to punish you because I'm actually so strong. They've hired me as a guard person and I must punish everybody around me. Get
ご
ready.
めんなさい
I'm sorry and thank you. He kept repeating those words over and over again. Hell's pretty messed up, man. Nothing's happening. I could feel the sparks of fire caressing our skins. We slowly moved away and then took a look around at our surroundings. So this is what Hades looks like, huh? Look at that bridge over there. There's got to be a quest on the other side of that bridge. For what Leah just said. I mean, like, oh my
罪人を裁
god.
くのにふさわしい美しくも恐ろしい景色です
I'm disassociating so hard because I don't understand. A beautiful yet fearsome sight fit to punish sinners. Like me and you. We're equal here. Just as Anku said, Hades was blooming with Lycoris VOD as far as the eye could see. Okay. There was another plot hole. That's what I'm going to call this. There's a ton of plot holes. This fan disc opened plot holes. Because Lucas... I'm finding it. I'm finding it. Lucas, in the previous game, Anku knew who he was. This feels like the 12-hour stream of Virche, but it's only been 54 minutes. This is what an eternity is like. You think it feels like 12 hours? Well, guess what? In the previous Virche, you got me going there. Sorry. Anku already knew who Lucas was. He said, oh, I can't believe you'd pick that guy. However, in this game, because I guess they thought about this themselves, he was already dead. Deaded. He was dead already before Anku started his little adventurecation. Because people would die at 21 prior. So he was already dead. And his sister, I think they said died too, because she was weak. She was just a weak little baby. So he wasn't a serial killer in the previous universe. Honestly, this is all Anku's fault. I love Anku, but he's the problem. It's him. He's the problem. But he's not actually from Hades. So anything he says about Hades, not valid. Not valid at all. He's just a guy. Got little thrown through a wormhole. Got too hung up on a girl. Hades was blooming with Lycoris VOD as far as the eye could
行き
see.
ましょうここはおそらく私の罪を裁く場所ではありません
Let's go. This is probably not the place where I must pay for my sins. Dude, you have to take yourself there? Papa would never. Papa would be so mad. You have to go talk to Papa, and then Papa You get directed across the bridge, yo. Perhaps it was instinct. Lucas gently held my hand and began walking as if being led somewhere. The sound of sinners screaming and wailing completely faded. I was now quietly walking with Lucas through an endless world. At times we brushed against Lycoris petals, which were as hot as flames. They burned us mercilessly as we passed, and apparently we are wearing shoes too. We shouldn't be wearing shoes.
私の体を盾に
Should we even be in clothes? I'm just thinking about this logically. Hear me out. Leah, use my body as your shield. No, I also have my own sins to pay for, okay? I mercy killed you and your sister and then ended my own life, alright? And I still blame myself for that fire. That was not my fault. Let me burn my feetsies. I need to accept all the pain and suffering this world decides to punish us with. You know what a real punishment would be? Separating them. Just separate them. Just take them apart. Lucas frowned with a pain for a moment, but
痛みを受け入れることと耐えることは似ているようで全く違います。
that's the most profound thing you've ever said, Lucas. I kinda don't know what to think of you anymore. Accepting pain and enduring it seems similar, but they are completely
だ
different.
から辛い時は辛いと必ず言ってください。
If it gets to be too much, let me know. Honestly, I'm still mad at you because anytime I look at you, I think you're so pretty and I hate you at the same time.
私は君にまで頑張るを無理強いしたくありません。
I don't want you to force yourself through it. I understand. I'll let you know if I can't take it anymore. I'll let you know if my feetsies are hot. I hope you won't force yourself either. We both nodded to each other and took another step when suddenly a bat showed up, and the bat's all like, bro. Even worse. Our surroundings changed. We now have to look at ourselves in a mirror. A halberd flew through the air and pierced Lucas's body. Huh? Before I could fathom what had just happened, the hand that was holding me released, and Lucas fell face first onto the ground like a doll. Lucas! Oh no! I felt the blood drain from my face, and before I knew it, I was screaming. Before my hand reached Lucas's body, multiple clones of him appeared in front of us. They relentlessly began destroying Lucas's body. Stop! Oh my god, quit it! He's just a serial killer. Just as I lunged forward, one of them looked at me and sent a merciless slash across my torso. Ah, ouch! That hurt. Girl, do you know where you are? Why are you acting surprised? Oh yeah, he killed those guys too. Oopsies. Pain surged down my abdomen. I hate this. Fortunately, I had not been cut in half, but the wound was undoubtedly fatal. Blood gushed out of my body to the point that I felt as though all of my innards would flow out as well. Before that could happen, my flesh regenerated. It was as if I had gained Anku's power. I looked up in confusion. Similar to me, Lucas regenerated each time his body was killed. Each of the clones continued to kill him multiple times, ensuring that the greatest pain was inflicted upon him. Stop! Yo, guys, come on! I said I would accept my fate, but then I also didn't mean that at all. It was the thought that mattered. You're making me be accountable for my words and actions. Like, this is ridiculous. My extended hand was stomped on and crushed from the wrist up. Each burrow exacted their judgment on him and continued relentlessly punishing the sinner Lucas Proust. Listen. Hear me out. Who am I? How are we supposed to stop them? I don't know. Get our hands crushed more? Like, don't get in their way. Just quit it. I wanted to stop them even if it meant killing them somehow. But I knew this was one of the punishments we needed to face in Hades, so stopping this would mean we would never be able to atone for our sins as we had wished to. Lucas probably saw it the same way as he didn't put up a fight.
これは罪人である私に
I
与えられた
know!
罰。
Happy Thanksgiving! Spent time with my families, but now I'm back on the Atomi grind. Same. I spent time with my friends and we ate food. Oh my gosh, this is my punishment as a sinner,
これ
yo.
まで平然と行ってきた罪を
The crimes I committed
死
so
の恐
easily.
怖を
The fear of death.
私は知らなければならない。
I need to learn from what I've done. Biting my lip so hard that it bled, I decided to comply with his wishes. Burrow's doing that. This is how I found out this was Lucas back in the day. Remember that? Remember when time was simple? The clones were silent as they continued, as if following the original's footsteps. And murder. They crushed and sliced, then gouged out his heart. They continued to take away Lucas Proust's life and dignity. Not his dignity! I wonder how long I had watched him die and revive again and again. For all I knew, it could have been nearly a month. As for me, I too was being killed repeatedly by the clones that descended upon me. I knew that it wasn't right to compare deaths, but he was killed hundreds, thousands of times. He was not allowed even a moment of peace. My punishment seemed a bit lighter than his. Each Barreau continued to kill Lucas without a change in expression. I don't know if I can say that correctly. Did you mean to say that? I feel conflicted. Yes, he murdered innocent people, but there must be another way. If this is based off of Buddhism, this is the expected outcome. Typically. However, I don't know. They're dead, yo. She murdered people and herself to get here. You have a very kind heart. Oh no, man. How many times? Like, should he have been killed the same number of times he killed people? Should he feel the same amount of pain that he inflicted on others? That seems fair. Or maybe double. Double that. Double it. If you kill someone, you should die twice, right? I think that's where that game comes from. I don't know. That seems fair to me. That seems fair. You pay it forward, you get it? You get what I'm saying? After carrying out the final execution, they carelessly discarded Lucas's body as if they were throwing away a rotting doll. Lucas. As my crushed leg slowly regenerated, I dragged myself towards Lucas so that I could be by his side. He was still breathing. The pupils of his eyes widened and contracted violently. I.
こんな痛みと
Pain, the despair.
笑顔で他者に与え続けていたのか
So this is what I've done to others with a smile. See, he deserved it. It seemed like he was in even more despair about his own existence. Lucas, my guy. It was true that Lucas inflicted unreasonable deaths onto others. I wasn't sure what I could say to him.
何が浄化だこんなのただの一方的な殺戮でしかない
What about it was purifying? It was nothing but a massacre.
どうしてこんな簡単なことに気づくことができなかったのか
I don't know about life. I don't know about that, but life is unfamsoned. Humans are very messy. I guess he says he is a good way to go up. Yeah. Yeah. But eternity, the eternity part's what gets me. I don't know if eternity's right. Do you deserve to be punished for it? Yes. Do you deserve to be punished for eternity? Why wasn't I able to realize this? Something as simple as that. Lucas lamented and began questioning himself. Autocorrect sucks. I did my best. All I could do was gently pat his back and console him. There, there. There, there. I cursed myself for being so useless in a situation like this. Want me to braid your hair, Lucas? Soon enough, Lucas slowly raised his head. He took a deep breath and dried his tears with self-hatred. How do you dry your tears with self-hatred? That's a trick I've never heard of. Thank you, I'm fine now, Leah. The sins I add to my name do not cease after death. If I fall to despair now and fail to pay my penance, I will have insulted every soul I have stolen. Lucas, my guy. He slowly got up to his feet and tried his best to support me. Don't force yourself. We should find a place where you can rest. At the very least, you should walk at your own pace.
Hi.
Very well. So we're not going to continue to look at ourselves in reflections? No self-reflection, get it? It's a self-reflection. I don't know if that's the pun, but I took it. We support each other and headed onward. Before long, we discovered a small space with no Lycoris around. We should be safe here from being burned. I slowed Lucas to a stop and urged him to sit. He was able to stand earlier, but he must have been pushing through the pain. The weakened Lucas slowly fell to his knees and sat on the ground. You're not okay, are you? Just like the song. There was no wounds to treat, so I wasn't sure what else I could do. I'm alright, but... He glanced at me. I can see from some blood remaining on my cheeks from the reflection in Lucas's eyes. After enduring countless deaths, his expression became more pained than ever. For just a second, I thought he was referring to not stopping them from trying to kill him. I was like, dude, no. I can't fight a bro. Look at me. My weak little legs. You only tried to stop me from continuing my massacre. His regenerated fingers gently wiped away the blood on my cheek. I can't stop regretting what I've done. If only you'd never met a ruthless murderer like me. Mood. Is this gonna end like a certain story where it's like everyone's reincarnated at the end and we're just gonna be like, oh, but at least they're happy in their next life, but they don't remember their past life, so who cares? Who cares? This is a terrible ending. Perhaps you could have found happiness with someone who respected life. Nah, I didn't come all the way down here just to see this expression. But the one who pushed him this far was me. Lucas understood that I wanted to atone for our sins together. It didn't mean he agreed. Now that I was here, he knew there was no turning back. Also, does he have to pay for forced kissing us? We get to watch that payment. Just curious. Only the reason we were here were only that the reasons we were here were completely separate. Does he get put in a cage and shaken? Like they're like, you're being shaken because you put a person in a cage. That's a sin in my book. A thought came to mind when suddenly Nadia? I could hear the sounds of giggling, the whispers of a young girl amidst the dancing Lycoris petals. We both turned around at the voice that sounded so familiar. Just ahead, we could vaguely see a small shadow standing in the field of Lycoris. Lucas gotta watch the other routes and getting chucked. It spread out like a blur across our vision.
危ない。
Leah, no! Wait, what? As Lucas covered me, the shadow swallowed us whole. And we were teleported. Hey, it's giving Alice Madness Returns. We
起き
just
て
go to different.
起きてください。
Yeah? Sounds so normal. Why does this sound so normal? Did Nadia bargain for us to be reborn? No, this is just another nightmare. At the sound of a gentle voice, I opened my eyes.
おはようございます。君が寝坊するなんて珍しいこともあるものですね。
Imagine if their alternate ending is just that everything you had seen up to this point was just a dream. You're now entering an episode of the Twilight Zone. Good morning. It's quite unusual to see you waking up so late. Lucas. In front of me was the face of my beloved. Why am I here?
おや、まだ寝ぼけているのですか？それとも
I
この
would
生活
understand
に慣
better
れ
if
てい
this
ない
hand that's choking your throat, which isn't mine, by the way, had a ring on it. What do you mean? Still in a dream, are you? Perhaps you're not used to this new life
恋
yet.
人になったのを機に1週間前から同棲を開始していたはずですが
That's how this goes. We started living together a week ago, and now we're lovers, as per the natural progression of things. I suddenly remembered. Sorry, Lucas, I guess I was still half asleep. Good morning to you
え
too.
おはようございます。
Yes, good
今日も
morning.
君にとって良き一日になりますように。
I hope today will be another wonderful day for you. My beloved, who slept beside me every night for the last 7 days, at the very least, laid a kiss onto my cheek to greet me good morning. It's not like you to sleep in late. Boy, you've known her for a week in this reality. What are you talking about? After changing my clothes, I quickly headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. We have a lot of eggs that we got from the neighbors, so maybe I should cook something with plenty of eggs and vegetables for breakfast.
わ
Let's
かりまし
continue
た。
to live in this
こち
false
らの卵
reality.
を割れば良いのですね。
Understood. Shall I start cracking those eggs then? Lucas offered his help and happily picked up an egg, but
あ、
before he could tap it against the rim of the bowl, he accidentally crushed it in his hand from the sheer strength of his grasp. Because he is so strong.
すみません。食材を無駄に。
I'm sorry, I wasted the egg. It's okay, we just need to pick out the shells. I would be very grateful if you kept helping me.
わかりました。最善を尽くしましょう。
Understood, I'll do my best. Man. The seriousness wasn't something that would normally be directed at cracking an egg, but... Dun dun dun. Lucas fumbled with the eggs as he gingerly attempted to crack them. At first, he couldn't crack them well enough to avoid the shell fragments, but... How did he make eggs for himself up until this point? He didn't. This is a man who just smiles at people and they do what he wants. Despite shaking during the whole process, Lucas finally ended up with enough eggs in the bowl. Seeing this many is really
え
impressive.
え、完成が楽しみです。次はこの野菜の皮むきをすれば良いのでしょうか。
I'm looking forward to the meal, but first, shall I go ahead and peel the vegetables? Okay, but only don't break them in half. Lucas followed my instructions carefully, holding the knife in his right hand and the potato in his left, and then he cut the table in half. Just a moment, maybe you can help me mash the potatoes instead. I tried to stop him, but it was too late. It's too late.
あ、
I heard his quiet voice a second time. Vibrant red blood began to drip from the tip of Lucas's finger.
重ね重ね申し訳ありません。君を手伝うつもりが余計な手間を。
So very sorry. It looks like I'm only getting in your way. I hurriedly fetched our first aid kit. Ours. Look, it's ours. And tended to his finger as his shoulder slumped with disappointment. Fortunately, the cut wasn't very deep, so the bleeding quickly stopped. No, don't worry. I'm just happy I'm able to spend time working with you, Lucas. But did you used to eat before what did you used to eat before I started living here? He's answering the question.
忙しい時はマルシェで買ったものを。ですが、私はなかなかの大食漢なものですから、食費もバカにならなくて。
I used to buy from the marché when I was busy. With as much as I consumed, my cost of living was rather
普
astounding.
段は野菜を中心にかさ増しした料理を大雑把に作って食べています。
So I began to focus on mostly vegetables as much as I could eat.
ナディアに知られたら栄養が偏ると叱られそうですが。
Nadia would probably scold me if she knew I was eating unbalanced meals. Hmm, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm glad to know that you were glad to know that you were cooking during the time you had off. Weren't? Did you mean weren't? He said he bought from the marché. I'm confused.
ですが、これでは君に頼りきりになってしまいますから、特訓を重ねなければ。
I need to learn to refine my technique or else I'll end up relying on you for everything.
私も君と料理を
Mm,
するのはとて
mm.
も楽しいですからね。
I'm also happy that I can cook with you by my side. Yeah, yeah. I'd love if we could practice cooking together. I'm nowhere near as skilled as mother.
ぜひお願いします。こと料理を含めた家事に関しては、君が私の先生ですね。
Absolutely. I'll observe you as my new teacher when it comes to cooking and daily chores. But what a refreshing thought. That morning I greeted with Lucas were always calm and warm. It was as if the world was blessing our lives. I'm so happy now to be torn from it and to wake up on fire. Let's go, guys. If only time could stop so that this day would never end. You open the door and it's just like a vortex. Later, we went on a stroll through town since Lucas didn't have work today. What is happening? What is happening? We held hands and headed to the marché to figure out what we should have for dinner. The weather was great and the streets were busy.
そこのお二人さん、絞りたてのぶどうジュースを飲んでいかないかい？
Hey, you two, would you like some freshly squeezed grape juice? One of the merchants called out to us. In his hand was a cup of purple juice that glimmered under the bright sun.
ほう、ぶどうジュース。クーネで売っているとは珍しい。
Man. Grape juice? I don't normally see this sold in Cohen. You're right. Grapes were rare, but they were slightly more expensive compared to other fruits, so most were sold in Chedes marchés. Many bought them as a small luxury on days like payday.
シュディにいる知り合いのつてで安く仕入れることに成功してね。
A friend I know in Chedes was able to give me a good deal for these.
ぶどうジュースを買ってくれたら、おまけでうちの家内が焼いたクッキーをつけてあげるよ。
If you buy some grape juice, which is already expensive, I'll add some cookies my wife baked fresh as a bonus.
うん。
Lucas and I looked at the price posted on the signboard. With the cookies included, it was a very
せ
reasonable
っかく
price.
の機会です。ありがたくいただきましょうか。
Since we're here, perhaps we should buy some. Yeah, let's. Here's. It looks like blood. Wait, you. How could you see that glimmering? After we paid, the merchant handed us a wooden cup of juice and some cookies. This smells really good.
はい。私もいただきます。
Yes, let's enjoy them. Curious, I took a sip of the grape juice first and. How delicious! It's so sweet and aromatic.
これほど美味しいぶどうジュースは初めて飲むかもしれません。
Indeed, I think this may be the first time I've ever had such delicious grape juice. With that, Lucas took another sip. The more I drank, the sweeter it tasted. Maybe I can use this for my recipes or for baking cakes. I was determined to save money so that I could share this delicious grape flavor with the children at the orphanage. I continued to savor the tasty juice while thinking of all the things I could create.
ナディアにも飲ませてあげることができれば良いのですが、
Now I'm craving grape juice.
それまで在庫があるかどうか。
I'm really not a juice person. There's not a juice. I'm like, it's great. I used to drink grape juice actually pretty frequently. I'd say of juices, it would be apple. That's I'm more akin to, but I'm trash, so I drink a lot of soda. I would love if not for Nadia to try some as well, but I'm not sure whether they'll still be available by then. A murmur. Lucas's younger sister who is still in the hospital. I'm sure Nadia would like the taste too. Is it next week that Nadia is scheduled to be discharged?
治療に協力してくれたダハトさんのおかげで
Thanks to Dahat's assistance in
遺
finding a
伝子疾
cure.
患も無事完治自力で歩けるようにまでなりました
Her genetic disorder has been fully cured. Now she's able to walk on her own. Nice.
今は早く退院したいと毎日うずうずしているほどですよ
All my friends are in a group chat talking about Thanksgiving right now. So my phone hasn't stopped buzzing. She's been very excited to leave the hospital as soon as possible. I can imagine. A month ago, the hospital where Nadia was admitted was found to have been conducting inhuman and illegal research and was exposed by the Institute. Nadia's treatment was carried on by Dahat. Soon, he was finally able to discover a cure for her genetic disorder, which was previously thought to be terminal. After 12 years, she was finally able to go somewhere apart from the hospital. It must be an emotional moment. I couldn't fathom the stress Lucas went through from being deceived by Capuchin, but I was glad both he and his younger sister were safe and sound now. Once Nadia gets out, why don't we do things that she couldn't do before? Hiccups, maybe taking a stroll and going on a picnic. It might be fun for her to shop at the marché. Even if they run out of grape juice, we can find a way of making some together. Like Sidley shared some ideas that could come true as soon as next week. I was sure that Lucas would wholeheartedly agree, but for some reason it seemed as though he was blinded by the thought of that future, or that it pained him to hear it. Lucas, my guy of almost 23, what's wrong? I put down my cup and asked what happened. He then took a deep breath and
これを飲み終わったらまたお散歩を再開しましょう
once we're done drinking our juice, why don't we continue our
それ
stroll?
と日が暮れる前にナディアのお見舞いに行きたいのですが構いませんか
I'd like to visit Nadia before the sun goes down. Is that all right with you? Of course, my guy. I wasn't sure why Lucas looked so sad during our conversation of a happy future, but it took only a few hours for me to find out. He's dying, yo. As I enjoyed the view from the walk along the canal, when we came across an orphanage where I usually accompanied Lucas during his lessons.
子供たちの様子も気になりますから挨拶だけでもしていきましょうか
I'm curious to see how the children are doing. Perhaps we can stop by and say hello. Sounds good. Some students might have questions about the assignment you gave them the other day. With that in mind, we approach the building. Monsieur, Madame! The children playing in the yard quickly dash towards us. Hello! Are you playing a game?
そうだよ。追いかけっこしてたの。
We are. We're playing
先
tag.
生たちは二人きりで恋人同士のお出かけ
Are you two together because you're out on a date? What is this game right now? Well...
ええそうですよ先生は今彼女と一緒に世界で一番素敵な時間を過ごしているんです
Yes, indeed. I'm having the most wonderful time in the world with her right now. The children must be trying to tease us, but Lucas responded with a smile. He then held my hand as if to prove it.
ね
Damn it, Lucas, stop being so cute. This is a fictional reality. We are not in the real world. Isn't that right, Leah? He casually encouraged me to reply. But the expression on his face made me feel too embarrassed to answer. With his bright smile as support, I also smiled, and he's right. We haven't had a day off in a while, so we're spending some time together. I playfully swung our hands joined together.
つまんないの。先生たちの慌てる顔が見れると思ったのに。
How boring. I wanted to see you guys look panicked or something. I enjoy pain.
でも先生たちが嬉しいと俺たちも嬉しいよ。
But we're happy to see that both of you are
これ
happy.
からもずっと二人一緒に俺たちの先生でいてくれよな。
I hope you'll be our teachers forever and ever 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 for like 400 years, right? Right, Mr. 23? Of course. The children shared with us their pure innocent wish. But for some reason, I felt some uncertainty in my response. Like deep down, I know that this is a figment of my imagination. Crazy.
バイバイ先生。また次の授業でな。
Bye bye, teachers. Until next
課題
class.
ちゃんとやっておくから正解したら褒めてね。
We'll make sure to do our homework, so be sure to tell us we did a good job. The children saw us off as we reluctantly left the orphanage. We walked along the canal again, which led us to a rather quiet area. It seemed we were the only people here.
それなりに歩きましたし、少しここで休んでいきましょうか。
We walked quite a bit. Perhaps we should rest for a while here. Lucas and I found an open bench. I could hear the gentle sound of running water. Birds chirped as they rested their wings in the shades of the tree. This place is so quiet.
ええ。賑やかなのも十分に好ましいのですが、
Yes, I do enjoy the hustle and bustle of the crowds, but
時と風に流されるまま、ゆっくりと過ごす時間は人間に必要不可欠だと思います。
I believe that time spent slowing down and letting time and the wind flow through you is essential for human beings. As he spoke, a gentle breeze blew through Lucas's beautiful hair. His face was so beautiful and ephemeral. Yeah, that's a word. What a waste of a beautiful sprite. I think we've been saying that for a while. Like, look at this man. I was fine with him being a murderer, but yandere, I draw a line. As though he might disappear at any moment, Lucas.
何ですか?
What is it, Leah? I pulled him close and pressed my lips to his. Whoa. Not even a CG. I looked at him blink his eyes. What? I looked at him blink his eyes from up close. Then let him get set. That's what it says. It's not what it means to say. I'm sorry, I just suddenly wanted to. My boldness embarrassed me. I was so bold. Feeling apologetic and guilty, I turned away from him.
もう君という子は
I could almost forget that we're in hell right now. You really are something. What is happening? Why is she like sideways? Why is she like, no, this is embarrassing? What's happening right now? What a wide grasp he must have, like. I felt Lucas's embrace surround me from behind.
どうして急に?
Weird art style change. I don't know. I mean, I feel like they've done this a few times with the background and the shadowy stuff, but this does not seem like the natural position they'd end up in, unless they're just trying to. It's a callback to when he hugged her without her permission. Why so sudden? I don't know why. I just thought that I needed to feel your warmth now, or else I'd regret it later. I'm sorry if I surprised you by kissing you without any notice.
謝る必要などかけらもありませんよ。
There isn't a single reason for you to
普段から
apologize.
遠慮しがちな君が私を男として求めてくれてとても嬉しかった。
It looks like she was about to stand up. Like, I'm just confused because, like, you're sitting on a bench. She just kissed him. They should be, like, hugging towards each other. I'm just confused by that, really. It looks like she was like, I'm gonna stand up now. And he's like, but wait, considering how reserved you usually are, I'm actually very happy that you sought me out as a man. Sought me as a man, okay. He then gently laid his lips upon my ear, which burned red with embarrassment. I can feel your heart racing through my back. It's making my heart race too.
乱したのは君です。
You started it? Odd. You whispered that I was a bad girl.
今度は私が
And I had a
不意打ち
flashback.
で君を動揺させる番ですから。
Now it's my turn to make your
覚悟
heart
しておい
race
て
with
く
a
ださい。
surprise. So make sure you're ready when that happens. What? Please go easy on me?
さあ、どうでしょう。
I'm not sure I can guarantee that. That's right, he's a yandere after all. Lucas laughed like a mischievous child, still embracing me from behind. But why is it from behind? The sun gradually set as we spent time fawning over each other. A few hours later, I get being in love, but like a few hours later, you just sat on this bench for hours, snuggly. A round moon became visible in the orange sky. Lucas gazed upon it for a moment as if regretting how quickly time had passed.
さて、そろそろ病院に向かいましょうか。
We should head over to the hospital.
ナディアもきっと私たちのことを待ちわびているはずです。
I'm sure Nadia's waiting for us to visit. Okay. Why did he look like this? Why did he look this way when we were finally going to see her? We get there and it's her monster self. She was cured, so it didn't matter if it was today, tomorrow, or the day after. We would see her any day of our ordinary lives. He's 23. Do you keep forgetting how old he is? Although this hospital had been raided, there were still patients here who could not be moved. Those who already were admitted were kept, while the doctors were replaced with staff from the institute. The patients were greatly confused by the sudden dismantlement of a cult they trusted, and some resisted the change, but for some reason I didn't hear any sounds of protests expressing their dissatisfaction. Lucas, has the hospital always been this quiet? Usually I hear patients laughing over a casual conversation. Lucas didn't respond. We quietly walked through the long hallway. Something doesn't feel right. I suddenly felt the need to turn back from this familiar path. It was as if my instincts were saying, you will regret going any further. Still, if Nadia was waiting for us, there's no way I can turn and leave my new family behind.
着きました。
We're here. Lucas notified me with a stern expression that we were in front of her room. Maybe it was just me, but I felt like Lucas wasn't breathing right. He mustered his strength and took a deep breath.
ナディア、入りますよ。
Nadia, we're coming in. He slowly opened the door leading to the room where his sister was waiting.
兄様、姉様。
Brother, sister. Beautiful, gentle sunlight filled the room.
来てくれて嬉しいわ。今日はね、二人にお話ししたいことがたくさんあるの。
I'm so glad you two came. There's so much I wanted to talk to you about today. She was illuminated by the light. Our precious, our younger sister's smile. The moment I could see the reality, for some reason tears began to flow.
姉様、突然どうしたの？
Sister, what's the matter? That's what I wanted to know. Why am I crying? I should be filled with joy at finally being able to see Nadia. It was as if I finally reunited with someone dear to me whom I thought I would never be able to see again. Nadia got off the bed by herself, then slowly wobbled towards us. She then looked up at us as tears flowed from our eyes, and
何か悲しいことがあったのなら教えてほしいの。
If something sad happened, please let me
今
know.
まで私はずっと兄様と姉様に守られてばかりだったけれど、
You two protected me all this time, but
病気が治った今は家族として2人を支えることができるんだから。
now that I'm cured, I can support you two now as family. Nadia did her very best to console me as she hugged me tightly. That alone was endearing. I'm sorry. I just feel so relieved seeing you so full of spirit. I did my best to hug Nadia's frail body.
今まで何度も発作や体調不良を繰り返してきましたから。
You've endured many coughing fits and illnesses, so
元気なあなたの姿を見て彼女が泣きたくなるのも無理はありません。
it's no wonder that Leah would be
私に
moved
も
to
その気持
tears.
ちはよくわかります。
Seeing you in good health, I feel the same way as well. Seeing us embrace each other, Lucas gave us both a hug, wrapping his arms around us.
それならいっぱい元気なところを見せて姉様を安心させてあげないと。
In that case, I'll really show you how much better I am now that Leah feels more at ease.
今日はね、ダハトくんが持ってきてくれた絵本を読んでたの。
I just keep waiting for her to turn into her monster self. What is this story? They were in hell. Today I was reading a picture book that Dahat brought over for
とっ
me.
ても素敵な物語だったから兄様と姉様にも読んであげる。
It was a wonderful story. Let me read it to you two. Nadia tugged on my arm, leading me and Lucas to sit on her bed with her in between.
昔々一人の青年がいました。
Long, long ago, there lived a young man.
青年は大切な人のためにたくさんの命を奪った大罪人で、
The young man was a grave sinner who took the lives of many. I don't know what to expect. Same. I don't even know what's gonna
そ
happen.
の罪を抱えながら一人孤独に森の中で暮らしていました。
He lived in solitude deep in the woods, burdened with his sins.
ですが青年はある日森の中に迷い込んできた一人の少女と出会い、
But one day the young man met a young woman who wandered into the
自
woods.
分の罪も受け入れてくれる優しい彼女と恋に落ちました。
He fell in love with the kind woman who accepted him along with his sins.
青年は思いました。
The young man thought,
ああ、僕はたくさんの人の命を奪ってしまったけれど、
Dahat, we need to talk about the books you're giving Nadia. Even in this world, don't give Nadia a book like this. Nadia's like 10. I took the lives of so many over the course of my life,
彼
but
女が許してくれたから幸せになってもいいんだと。
I can be happy if she will forgive me for what I've done.
こうして過去の罪と決別した青年は
So the young man separated himself from the sins of his
少
past.
女と結婚式を挙げ幸せな人生を送ったのです。
He married the young woman and they lived happily ever after. She's like, closes the book. Do you feel like that's fair? That he was admonished of all his sins without having to pay retribution for them? Do you think that's fair, brother? Ni-chan, do you think that's fine?
おしまいおしまい。
That voice, did that sound right?
おしまいおしまい。
The end. Nadia smiled happily, adding that she was glad to read it all the way through without
どう？
stumbling.
素敵な物語だったでしょ。
What about it, Leah? Isn't that a lovely story? For some reason, I couldn't respond. I didn't want to ignore Nadia's innocent question. I think it's a wonderful story, too. Nadia smiled and giggled and comfortably leaned against
退
me.
院したら もっともっとたくさんの絵本を読むことができると思うの。
Once I'm discharged, I should be able to read as many books as I want.
そうしたら2人が教えている子供たちにもたくさん読み聞かせてあげるわね。
Once that happens, I can tell the stories to the children you two teach.
私も大きくなったら兄様たちみたいな先生になりたいから。
I want to be a teacher like my dear brother when I grow up.
おや、それは初耳ですね。いつの間に
Oh.
将来の夢を見つけたのですか？
This is news to me. Since when have you had such a dream? Since she was able to dream of a future, actually.
2人の話を聞いているうちに私も同じことがしたいなって思ったの。
After hearing your stories, I decided I wanted to follow in your
だ
footsteps.
から退院したらたくさん私にお勉強を教えてね。
Once I leave the
Yes,
hospital,
姉様。
I hope you'll both teach me everything you know. Nadia told us her wish with a smile. Anyone who saw her bright smile would happily say yes and promise to make it come true. Of course, I was no different. I was able to say yes when the sunlight rays resting upon her.
それは
I was no different. I was able to say yes when. What? There's some typos in this, actually.
でき
We can't.
ません。
Lucas' pained voice resounded through the hospital room. Huh?
兄様。
Brother? Nadia and I looked on in confusion, unsure why he refused. Nadia's adorable, innocent wish wasn't asking for the impossible. Why would Lucas, of all people, refuse it? Lucas? Worried, I took a look at his face from behind Nadia. His expression. Was it anger? Was it sorrow? Maybe it was pain. His expression seemed to contain every emotion possible.
私
I clenched his fist until they bled and then forced the words out of his mouth. How?
すべての罪を忘れるわけにはいかない。
I cannot forget the sins that I've committed.
共に死ぬことを選んでくれた彼女のためにも。
Especially since Leah chose to die so she could be with me.
もうこの幸せな夢は終わりです。
So this happy dream has to end now, Nadia
ナ
Proust.
ディア・プルースト。
The blood continued to drip from the palm of his hand. I looked at the blood dripping onto the hospital floor and I suddenly remembered that tragedy. All of the death. Suddenly I realized this place was impossible. If Lucas hadn't ever blindly followed Capuchin, if he had been able to seek help from others, if Nadia's disorder was actually cured, this world was cruel and that it was made of many layers of if situations. Then, Nadia, who was this girl in front of me? Who is this girl I see? Oh man. The moment my mind began to fill doubt, Nadia's happy expression disappeared.
どうして？
Why? She quietly asked a question that neither agreed with or denied Lucas's
どう
words.
して目を覚ましてしまったの？兄様。
Why did you awaken, dear brother?
眠ったままでいれば苦しい記憶も犯した罪もなかったことにできるのに。
If you had stayed asleep, you would have been freed from your horrible memories. There was no emotion in her voice, but the words themselves were kind.
ごめんなさい。君がこの世界で幸せを得ているのは
I'm sorry.
分かっていたのですが、
I understand that you found happiness in this world, but
どうしてもあの惨劇をなかったことにすることは
I simply cannot pretend that the tragedies never happened. Lucas probably knew from the very beginning that this world was merely fantasy. The reason he didn't reject the world outright was because of me. He didn't want to deprive me of the happy life I spent with my beloved. Nadia must have known this too as she laughed innocently.
兄様、もう一度目をつむってこの世界と時間に身を委ねましょう。
Brother, why don't you close your eyes once more and surrender to this world?
そうすれば私たちはずっと一緒にいられるわ。
If you do that, I'm sure we can be together forever and ever. He somehow stopped himself from nodding in agreement.
いけません。
I cannot.
すべての罪を忘れ、偽りの幸福に身を委ねるわけには。
I will not surrender to false happiness and turn my back on the sins I committed.
私の罪は何百年かけようと許されない重罪。
Hundreds of years would not be enough to absolve me of those sins.
それをなかったことにし、幸せになるということは、
Pretending that they never happened just so I can be happy
殺した人々をさらに侮辱することになります。
would be an insult to those I have killed. Lucas. He then turned towards me.
君まで私の意地に付き合う必要はありません。
Leah, you don't need to go along with my stubbornness. Wait, what are you trying to say? A bead of cold sweat rolled down my back at his ominous
ここに
words.
残れば、君は長く残酷な罰を受けず、幸せな夢だけを見続けることができる。
If you remain here, you can enjoy this happy dream without being subjected to the long and cruel punishment I'm owed.
ナディアと共に過ごすことだって。
You can stay here with Nadia. He was telling me that the long and cruel punishment he was owed was something he could bear himself. Oh no. I could feel something uncomfortable surface. I knew that I shouldn't be so emotional in front of Nadia, but Lucas. The person in front of me told me before that if you don't express your emotions, you can end up regretting it. You're so stupid. You're like the dumbest person I've ever met. Like, I freaking hate you, basically, now. I quickly stood up and said the harshest thing I could manage. Fiddlesticks.
バカ。
That's right, you're stupid. Unbelievably stupid. And you're supposed to be smart. Bro, you're a teacher. Why are you saying this now of all times? I came after you because I didn't want to be alone. I continued my tirade. You were so sad before about how you weren't able to bring our destinies together. I remember this. I want to bring our destinies together too. I don't care if that destiny means despair. Bro, I'm fine. Look at me. Girl who says I will walk through fire for you and means it. So rare. I was done with trying to make things sound nice, like how I could face anything as long as he was with me. But at the very least, I would say this. I won't be lonely as long as we're together. So please, please share your pain and suffering with me. Even if I decide to stay in this world, it would all be meaningless without you. Lucas stood up and gently dried my tears. Sorry. He gave me a gentle embrace.
私の願いが君の意志を無視した残酷なものだということは分かって
Hopefully
い
it's
ま
just
した。
a hair? I don't know. I understand that forcing my wish onto you against your will would be cruel.
君がそれに応じないことも。
I also knew you wouldn't agree with me, but still.
君が幸せになる唯一の可能性にすがってみたくなったのです。
I was desperate for the possibility of seeing you happy. Unlike the warmth I felt from Lucas's body before, I slowly began to go cold. It almost felt like a sign that he was returning to the state of death.
でもたった今君には何を言っても無駄だと分かってしまった。
I just now realized that there's nothing I can say to get through to you.
思えば
Now that I think about it.
感情を封じ込めず素直に吐露しなければ後悔すると。
If you aren't honest about your emotions, you'll regret it.
君に教えたのは
Did I say that to you before? You did, bro. I scolded him for forgetting that he had told what he had told me. His shoulders shook as he chuckled and apologized.
何十年何百年かかるか分かりませんが
I don't know how many
題材の
centuries it will take, but
ル
as
カ・
the
プルー
wife
ストの妻として
of the greatest sinner, Lucas Prouse,
共に冥界の果てまで歩いてくれますか
will you walk with me to the end of Hades, Leah? Did you even need to ask? Yo, let's go! Until the very end of Hades and even in our next life, I will offer my soul to be with you forever.
ありがと
Thanks. We held each other's hands so that we would never let go again. We turned our attentions to Nadia, who was watching us in
本
silence.
当に行くの？
Are you really going?
その先には苦しみしか待っていないのよ。
Don't you know that only suffering awaits you beyond this?
う苦しみを得るために
I'm going
行くの
because
です。
I need to suffer.
そうしなければ私には
This must be done or else.
彼女の夫を名乗る資格もあなたの兄を名乗る資格もなくなってしまう
I will lose my right to call myself Leah's husband or your brother. And I'll always be with Lucas no matter where he goes. I need to continue onward so that I can see you again. Sensing our resolve, look at this face. Nadia gave an out of character shrug.
怖いけど行くのね。
You're scared, but you're still going.
死はあんなに恐ろしいのに、一瞬で得た私でさえあんな
Death
に苦
is
しかったの
terrifying.
に。
Even I suffered a lot in my final moments. She mumbled how she didn't understand our decisions.
惑わせてごめんなさい。でもどうしてもあなたたちのことを独り占めしてみたかったの。
I'm sorry for misleading you, but I really wanted to keep you two all to myself.
君は
Are you... Before Lucas could finish his question,
気をつけてね。冥界の意地悪は私のいたずらなんかよりずっと苦しくて悪趣味だから。
please be careful. My little trickery here isn't even close to what Hades has in store.
さようなら、兄様、姉様。
Goodbye, brother, sister. I then noticed the flower marks on her skin, mostly hidden by her clothes.
ほんの一瞬でも家族になれて嬉しかった。
I was happy to be part of your family, even if it was only for a moment. Flower marks? What is this? The sunlight shone bright through the window as we left the world of fantasy and illusion. We returned to the dark world after parting ways with his younger sister, but was it really a breathing? We turned around, but all we could see was darkness behind us. Everything had vanished, although she was never there in the first place. Nadia, a child with the same name as her, a life that did not live for even for an hour. I was sure she held a grudge against us. She must have hated us. Ah, okay. Just got it. She sent us off with a smile. Lucas squinted his eyes and looked at the place where she stood just a moment
さ
ago.
ようなら君を殺した時の感触を私は絶対に
I will never let go of my guilt from
忘れません。
killing you. As if responding to his words, a beautiful pink handkerchief flew up from the Lycoris field and away into the dark sky. Lucas, we watched on until the handkerchief was completely out of sight.
行きましょうこの先に私たちを裁く存在が
Let's
待
go.
っています
There's another who wishes to pass judgment on us waiting ahead. Okay. We held hands and set off again through this lonely world. Hades had changed its appearance, as though to say this place would have had no mercy for us. A burning mist spread through the air, rotting our insides in a single breath. We both coughed out blood with each step we took. We lost so much blood that it would kill a normal human several times over. It hurts, this pain, but Lucas is by my side. With that thought in mind, no matter how many times I fell, I could stand back up again and continue the journey. Each time Leah coughed up blood, I grew more aware of my foolishness. What the fuck just happened? I literally just saw Nadia. We were put into a an illusion that Nadia was still alive. It was a trial. Where we could have stayed and been happy, but like it would have all been fake the whole time, so we left. It might have been really Nadia, or it could have been a trickster. We're not sure. It didn't really say. Each time Leah coughed up blood, I grew more aware of my foolishness.
幸せな夢だった。
It was a happy dream, undeniably so.
あの夢にあった幸福を私は彼女とナディアに送りた
I
かった。
wanted the happiness in that dream to become a reality for her and Nadia. I felt like crazy, crying, for leaving such a dream behind. What is the point of all this laughing in pain? I don't know. They dead, yo. Imagine having to do that. Like, this isn't Tengoku's struggle, but I do feel the struggle. There's nothing special about that dream. A normal everyday life where death did not linger. It made me realize
私は穏やかな日常の中で彼女たちと共に普通の人間として生きることができれば
if only I was able to live as a normal human, a peaceful everyday life with
た
them.
だそれだけでよかった。
That would have been enough. I didn't need strength, status, anything. All I wanted was to be with her as a normal human. An impossible dream, a far-fetched illusion. Not gonna lie about this. Let them be dead. Let them stay dead. Pointless plot shit in this fan disc. Imagine this is the story where we probably could have just had a flash. I don't know, we had a flashback in the other thing where they knew each other as kids. Hang on, let me think about this. I hate this. I hate this? That seems right. An ideal that I could never attain no matter how hard I wished and pleaded. Is this Mathis's story that he wrote? The life of Lucas Proust was destined to be one of regret and sin. It was a fate that could not be overturned in that case.
後悔はしても撤回はしないともう決めた。
I may regret what happens, but I won't turn my back on my
共に
decision.
冥界へと落ちてくれた彼女のためにも
For the sake of Leah who came after me to Hades, if I pushed her away here, I would cause her more despair than the punishment that awaits. Which was why I needed to take responsibility and hold her hand until
こ
the
れ
end.
が私の最愛。
This is the love I can give. I thought there was nothing I could offer to her, but
彼女に示せる愛の形。
this is my way of showing love. It seemed I did have something to offer. My body? Like, what are you talking about? Lucas and I stepped foot into a new area when suddenly, and without warning, our surroundings and our bodies were engulfed in flames. Lucas, you're causing despair to the people playing this. Really, it's been 2 hours. Does it feel like it's been 2 hours? We were burned to ash instantaneously, but our bodies began to regenerate a moment later. We blinked for a moment when... It's Monster Nadia! A shadow emerged with a burning storm of Lycoris petals. Lucas's after story is like what Automate forgot at the end of the original game and went like, nah, it's not that important. All their plot holes, but what about, they're like, let's answer that in hell. Neither of us questioned the identity of the shadow. The hulking figure dragged its body until it stood before us.
Nadia.
The real Nadia? Man, what a cosplay. Fucking ball joint doll heads. What? Why did you kill me? Her voice stuck to the air like mud before sinking into our brains. I just wanted to be a normal girl. I just wanted to be happy. Nadia's body lurched towards Lucas until she stood just straight into his eyes. Looking, oh my god, I took the word looking out. If they ruin Nadia more, you know they will. They don't like anything. They just like destroying it all. You too. You weren't my brother and my sister. I'm going to bed. Good luck, y'all. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. If only they could just let him redeem himself by living instead of all this mess. And why the hell even drag Nadia into this too? I guess for redemption? I don't know. I don't get it. He was already on death's door. He was about to die of natural causes, literally from the virus. I would never have had to go through all of this. My blood split from the stitches that joined her flesh together. It's your fault. If it weren't for you... Nadia. Lucas! I somehow grabbed hold of Lucas as he stumbled to the ground. He was trying to say something to Nadia, but... Good gracious. Die, you murderers! Her bloody roar shook my brain and I couldn't form my thoughts into words. Worse. The more she yelled, the stronger the storm of flaming petals became as they whipped around Lucas. Lucas! Oh my god! I was sure her screams contained the curses from hundreds of victims. No matter how determined we were to pay for our sins, they would not allow us to leave this place with our sanity. They were telling us to go mad like they did and to accept our punishment. By the way, I took like 25 screenshots of 9RP. Now I got 111 screenshots of 9RP, or like specifically total. Like, how you know where, like, where am I at? What am I at? What am I at? Do I want to know? 8,150. That's so many. I don't know if I feel better about that. Total. Like, should I clean up my photos? Should I start deleting them? Oh man. What I'm actually sad about is I had more, but when I switched to my new Switch, the Zelda one, it didn't transfer all my photos. But then I can't do this thing where I go like, oh, let me remember Virche from like last year and have 560 photos just ready to go. I heard the ethereal phantoms of other sinners laughing near our ears. But in the next moment, inside the space dominated by red and black, a single petal came fluttering down from the dark sky. What is that? As we looked on in bewilderment.
でも、たくさんの人を殺すって。
killing people's bad, right? I'm not. This is a flashback. This is a
いくら
flashback.
私が不死とはいえ。だから
We're not doing this. This
この
happened. Yeah,
隙
yeah,
見
yeah,
た
yeah. This is a flashback. This is a flashback. This happened at the very, 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 very end. This is what this entire chapter should have been. All I can say is I can't wait until you play the villainous game, the pirate love interest. I took a lot of screenshots of him, but I have to buy that game to play it because I can't play the version I have digitally. I have to get a physical copy to play that. I don't own that physically yet. But oh my god, that is my husband. I miss him. I miss him so much. I just sit here and I go, beautiful man, I miss you. I miss you so much, Seaweed Head. Someone was waiting for us. Someone wanted to save us. This prayer to God that came down to Hades. It brought us the tiniest hope of salvation. Hearing the wishful voice, my muddled mind and blurred vision immediately cleared. Lucas. Yes.
はい。
From the bottom of my heart, I thank the Watchman of Death and the unknown girl. We walked in unison towards Nadia. Stay away, monster. Oh my god, my nose is itchy. I got... Oh my goodness. Okay, look at me. Well, what I've become. You will never love me now. Aw, that's just mean. As she screamed, Lucas and I wrapped her in a gentle embrace. Back to just force hug. She said no. Let me go. She swung her claws and ripped the flesh from our backs, but... And why the hell is he still alive and well in Mathis's and others' routes and suffers along with Nadia and his own? Makes you really think that Automate really hates us Lucas fans. Like... I'm literally sitting here thinking, like, in Mathis's story... Mathis's story. In Mathis's story... You know, like, he's also still dying, right? He was near death already. He shouldn't even be alive in anybody else's story. But Nadia deserves her own ending. Why did Mathis's butler, who was a murderer, get a happy ending? Mathis doesn't got a story in this game. So true. Yeah, why did Jean get an ending in Mathis's story, but Nadia doesn't get happiness? Nadia's only happy in one story. And that's the story where Dolph is happy. That's the only one. That's the only one where she's happy. This poor tragic girl, she didn't deserve this. We won't let her go. Lucas and I promised to never leave her alone again.
私が兄でなければ。
If I wasn't your brother, you say.
確かにそうかもしれません。
Jean got a run and we play as a different girl who's apparently is the true MC. Imagine. You might be right.
正直に言えば今でも後悔しています。
To be honest, I still regret everything.
どうして神はあなたのようないい子を私のような化け物のもとに授けたのか。
Why did a god give a good child like you a monster for a brother?
他の家に
Oh
生ま
my
れていれ
eye.
ばきっと幸せになれたはずなのにとも。
I mean, Mathis's in the original game was good, but yeah, this one, the fantasy was just shit. Yeah. I think when I ranked the overall stories at the end, because I'm talking about the stories, not the guys. I think Mathis was second. Because at least his ended happy. Like, it was Adolph, because Adolph, everyone was pretty much happy. And then it was Mathis. And Sheen. Like, oh my god, I can't. My eyeball's killing me now. It's crying for me. Because it knows. It knows the truth. It knows the truth. If you had been born into another family, you would have found happiness there. Even so. Even so.
私たちは
We are happy you were born.
あなたが生まれてきてくれて
Am I gonna
嬉し
have
かっ
to...
た。あなたの家族として選ばれたことが誇らしかった。
I'm honored to have been chosen as your family. I'm gonna have to turn my camera off again just to rub my eyeball. It is burning. What did I do? I'm honored to have been chosen as your family. Well, get over it.
たとえその運命が間違っていると分かっていても
I won't lie, because I was rubbing my eye. I thought his shirt just now was like an eye buggy, like not blood. It just looked like I had like a seeing something in my eye. I was like, oh my god, what is that? Even so, such a fate should have never come to pass. Nadia, I know you may think I'm cruel for saying this, but hear me out. I forgave your brother, so why can't you? I know for certain that I fell in love with your brother Lucas. He always did his best for those dear to him, and I love him from the bottom of my heart. Which was why, thank you for being Lucas's younger sister. As those words, Nadia's hulking frame jerked and trembled at the same time. Lucas embraced her again as if to console her.
大好きですよ。
I love you, Nadia.
私たちを兄と姉と呼んでくれてありがと
Thank you for calling us your brother and sister.
う。もしあなたが許してくれるのなら
If you ever forgive us one day,
どうか来世でも私たちの妹に
please come back as our younger
Not
sister in
the
our
same.
next life. He spoke to her as soothingly as if she were a crying child. To be honest,
ずっとそう言ってほしかったの。
that was all I ever wanted to hear. Look, she's herself again, but her head's bigger than her brother's. That's crazy.
兄様、生まれ変わったら次は他の人の家族になんて
Brother, you said if only I was born into a different
と
family.
ても悲しいことを言うんだもの。
Well, this is her pouty face. That's not a sad face. That made me so sad and lonely to
何
hear.
度生まれ変わってもまた
No matter how many times I'm reborn,
妹は私がいいってちゃんと言ってほしかった。
I want you to tell me each time that you want me to be your little sister. I hear a voice from a small bead of light falling from the heavens. The light slowly moved towards
だ
us.
からね、私
Anyways, any whoosies,
とっても嬉しい。
I'm really happy now.
これでやっと兄様たちの迎えをお空で待てるわ。
Now I can finally wait for both of you up in the sky.
なディア
Dude, you okay? Are you sick again? Nadia, Lucas desperately moved his blood-stained body and reached out to the light, but he wasn't able to reach it. The light gently floated up and away from his hand.
さようならなんて言わないわ。
I won't say goodbye.
またね、兄様。
Matane. See you again, brother, sister. I
今
want
度
to
は
see you
二人が
too.
結婚式を挙げる
Get
ところ
married
を
next time.
絶
Yeah.
対約束よ。
It's a promise, okay? With a lovely voice that dreamed of the future. Virche was choose a Dolph or die at this point. I guess if you're not a Dolph, you don't really get anything nice and fun. Like, one of my least favorite things in Dolph's ending was Eves goes on that lovely adventure and he's all like, I can't help but thinking that me and her could have made a good couple. Yeah, in your ending, you die. You're dying. So, no, don't stay away from her. She's not worth it. The two Nadias disappeared from sight, and their place was beautiful droplets of light falling up like snow. Lucas let one of the lights fall onto his palm, and it slowly melted away.
そう
I see.
か。ここが私の旅の
So this is the end of my journey. I quietly leaned against his body. The next moment, the door opened. Oh, oh! A blizzard of puddles from the Lycoris VOD danced in the air, bringing forth more suffering. I mean, in sickness or in hell, I guess. We groaned with pain, but we were unable to escape. This was the judgment that befell us. The storm of puddles would scorch our bodies for hundreds of years, and once the storm ended, we would be absolved of our sins. Somehow we just knew. Leah, before we were engulfed in darkness, Lucas knelt in front of me and took my
裁
hand.
きの炎にどれだけ焼かれようとこの気持ちだけは変わらない。
I just started Coda chapter 6. Nice. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. I'm so glad that you're going to play it. No matter how long my body burns in flames of judgment, this feeling will never change.
君のことを心から
I was talking about this yesterday and I'm like,
愛してる。
I'm half-ish way right now. I'm half-ish way through 9 RIP right now. I love you from the bottom of my heart. He reverently laid his lips upon my left ring finger. Kiss me on this finger means. Tears of joy began to flow suddenly. Are you sure? Are you sure? We're in literally hell. You killed yourself to be here with this guy. Are you sure? It's kind of a commitment, guys. I don't know if I'm ready for marriage. I mean, I'll off myself to be with the guy I'm in love with and live and be tortured with him for like a few months and then know this is going to be 200 years of pain and suffering. But marriage? Calm down, bro. I was just testing this out. You would let me be your one and only girl. You'll have me by your side, my guy? He nodded
約束
silently.
します。何十年何百年償いの時が必要
I
に
plan
な
to
ろうと
finish one route each day
私は
depending on my
君の手を
mood.
離さない。
I want to play Kuroha's route right now, but I'm sleepy though. That's fair. I am also sleepy. I'm just trying to really finish Lucas's route at this point. I was gonna stay up for a couple more hours. I just didn't think Lucas's story would be this long. I won't lie. I assumed, because he's dead in both of his routes, it would like just be short stories, really short, like so short. But this has been pretty long. Oh my gosh. I promise no matter how long it takes to pay for my sins, I will never let go of your hand. He smiled happily and said that this kiss was in place of a ring for now.
苦難の分だけ君のことを幸せにすると
As much as we
約束します。
suffer here, I promise to make you even happier in the future.
だから再び現世に共に戻れる時が来た時は
I wish Radiant Tail fan disc routes was longer. Certain routes. Zafoda's did not need to be longer. Zafoda's route needed to actually be shorter, and they needed to get it over with. Like that route pissed me off. Passalia's precious, super cute, great time. Ginia needed to be longer. Leanne's needed to be longer. Rolita, Ginia, like I was telling my friend about Ginia today. I'm like, look at this man, and she's like, I get it. He's not everybody's type, but he's my type. That's all that really matters. When the time comes for us to return to the surface,
私と結婚して
please marry me so
家
we can
族
be a
になってく
family.
ださい。
Words that were never spoken when we were alive now became a vow that etched in our ears like a song. I wasn't sure what to say. I felt like I could burst into tears at any moment. Finally. You didn't denounce yourself.
ごめんなさい。何度も何度も不安な思いをさせてしまいましたね。
Yes, marry him so the shit show can be over. Like, please. I'm sorry, I must have made you feel so anxious. Lucas stood up quietly, then pulled me into his
他の
arms.
誰にも君を譲らない。
I won't let anyone take you away from
今
me.
度こそ私は君との運命を
This time, I'll work for our
絶望
destiny
する。
to be woven together. I don't hate it. I like the Lycoris flowers. He kissed me as if to prevent my existence from disappearing. A strong, purposeful kiss that was different from anything we had exchanged before. I was so happy that he had shared with me the warmth of his promise for our future. I got no comment about this. Just look at it as art. Just picture this as art, okay? Just art. Look. They're no longer covered in blood. Wow, crazy. I felt like crying again. Samira's face is kind of weird. Yeah, they're lacking definition. They have no mouths. It's so the artist usually draws people very realistic, so when this happens, which looks more animated, it just looks weird. I mean, from far away, it's great. Vacuum lips. Oh my gosh, I love Kirby. You know what? It's my favorite CG now. Thank you. I couldn't keep him waiting for much longer. I also want to weave our destinies together. This time, I want to become part of your family. Happiness overflowed from within me, overshadowing any pain I felt.
償いを終えるまで
It will take many
長
years
い時間が
for
か
us
か
to
るで
pay
しょ
for
う。
these sins.
私は君に伝えきれていない思いが
There are so many thoughts that I've wanted to share with you. Ha! Sweet mother. Me too. I would tell him everything, things such as my feelings and memories that I couldn't tell him while we were alive. What made me fall in love with him, how I felt when I had to kill him, I would tell him everything. But there was something I needed to tell him in this very moment. Like, what's your favorite ice cream? Because, like, I just realized if you like mint chocolate chip the most, I don't know if I can marry you. Lucas. You've done well, boy. You did good, pig. There's no better things to say than that. His eyes widened slightly.
明快でその言葉を聞くことになるとは。
Oh my god, have I never understood his outfit till just now? Wait, his top is like a pinafore on top of a jacket? Wait, I didn't even realize. I never expected to hear that in Hades of all places. As if liberated from something heavy, he gave a happy smile that reminded me of Nadia.
愛してます。どうか私の罪深い魂に寄り添ってください。
I love you, Leah, as sinful as my soul is. Please stay by my side.
得た苦難の分だけ君のことを幸せにするとここに誓いますから。
After all the hardships we've experienced here, I swear that I will repay you with even more happiness. Thanks, bro. Our next life would not taste of blood, but of sweetness, of our kisses, because apparently we eat very good flavored ice cream. I will never leave you alone ever again, so please never let me go either. My happiness lies with you, as if he was waiting to hear those words from me.
はい、 たとえ神に命じられても
If Toka tells you to let go of my
この手を離しは
hand,
し
I
ま
will
せ
let
ん
go of your hand so fast. I will never let go of your hand, not even if God commands it. I'm so glad
君に恋をし
that I fell in
愛
love
す
with
ること
you.
ができて
The burning Lycoris petals swallowed the entire world to punish us. But look how pretty it is. Wow. Please don't have an after story. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Yeah, this one. You're testing me. You're testing me. I said don't have one and it says Anku. How many times had I visited this grave? The killer's name etched into the annals of history had gradually faded from this spot. The people were now enjoying a normal life, living well beyond 23 years. If God told me to let go of your hand and go to Sheen, bitch, I will push your ass and even to the sunset to see Sheen. That's cheating. That's cheating. We know who you favor. We know which one you would pick. The people who are now enjoying a normal life.
この国で時が止まっているのはもはや私だけ。
Perhaps I am the only one for whom time has stopped. For both my mind and my body. After the incident, Sheen Brophy took an interest in genetic disorders. After Adolph died, Anku's help allowed him to successfully break the curse of shortened life. When the country opened its borders, it brought in laws, education, and culture that brought an end to the twisted royal family. Though there was still much to consider compared to before, Arpachel was slowly turning into a country like any other.
このリコリスの花畑も
Nah, my favorite
いずれ
is
赤か
Luca,
白に戻
the
るだろ
animated series. And I hate I can't lie. Yeah, see? This field of lycrises will soon turn red or white.
う。その光景をあいつに見せてやれなかったことだけが心残りだ。
A shame that I could not have her witness that sight unfold before her eyes. Here lies the executioner Barreau and his beloved partner. The etchings have faded greatly over time, perhaps.
いずれまたやっと思い出せたあいつの声と姿を
I
忘れ
already
る時が
forgot to
来る
spell
ん
his
だ
name,
ろう
Lucas.
か。
I thought it was intentional. You're like, I love Luca. And you're like, but it's not Luca, it's Lucas. A day might come when I will once again forget Leah's voice and appearance. If so, then I would rather just die now. See, that's so romantic. Wow. However,
あいつと約束したんだ。
I made a promise to
今度
Leah
こそ二人が幸福となる人生を見届ける
that next time I would see her live a life of happiness. Therefore, I must not die until I fulfill that promise. Anku? Beyond the blizzard of Lycris petals, I saw three figures walking towards me from afar. A man, a woman, between them was a small girl holding their hands. I could see the woman from here, and there you are. Her mouth formed words of joy as reuniting once again. What? My crimson eyes saw her bright blonde hair. I needed to focus, or else tears would fall from my widened eyes. Don't. Just smile, smile. The Watchman of Death must always keep his distance when he looks after her. I dried the tears from my eyes and calmly made my way towards the family that was approaching me.
ああ、待っていたよ、姫君。
I have been waiting for you, dear
今
princess.
こそこの死の番人、アンクーがあの契約を果たし、
It's time that the Watchman of Death fulfills his promise.
君たちが幸せになる瞬間を見届ける時だ。
Now's the time that I will see you live a life of happiness. I spoke the words I had always wanted to say, but once again, time travel, whole thing. How do you know
こ
they'd
ん
be
なにも
reincarnated?
罪深い男を冥界まで追いかけてくるなんて
Just because you're reincarnated doesn't mean you can be reincarnated on the
君は
same
本当に
island.
悪い子で
Go to
何より
Hades,
も
sinner like me, you're a bad girl. Oh, God, such a
愛
lovely
しい
girl.
人だ
Make it hard for me to let you go, so please don't let
そ
your
んなこ
hands
とを
leave
さ
me.
れた
My
ら
only desire is to
何
live
が
out
あっ
a
ても
destiny with you. Great, we did it. We did. I don't need to listen. Lucas. Lucas, it's fine. Lucas, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Okay. We still are missing definitely like 5 photos. Just 2. But between the 2 is... No, it's just 2. Okay, great. Great. I don't like this photo. This one was fine. This one was... could have been better. I feel like it's not the first time they've made her face look like that when she's kissing someone, though. Mathis? God, Mathis. They did you so dirty, Mathis. They did you so dirty. So sorry, Mathis. You sweet little baby. You deserve so much better. Alright. We could do 2 things. We could do some more of the side stories. Or we could start Sheen's side end Encore, which again, it's going to rehash a lot of stuff we've already seen. Thoughts? Concerns? I know Asia's tired. Sheen? Okay. God, remember when he confessed to being a monster? Oh man, I remember. I try to do the only way I can describe this is I just tried to make an uppercase number. I'm awake. All right, perfect. Perfect. All right, we're gonna start with side end.
黒き災いの花リコリス・ノワージュが四方を囲う国
Arpeggio country surrounded by Lycoris VOD, the black flower of misfortune.
生まれた人間が23歳までに命を落とすこの国は
Humans born here don't live longer than 23
か
years.
つて外界から訪れた漂流者によって
The one known as the Drifter
こう呼ばれる
came from
よう
the
になった
outside world, referred to this country as
死神に見入られた国
a land possessed by death.
バカバカしい死神の呪いなどあるものか
Beyond ridiculous, there's no such thing as
ク
a
ロー
death
ン体に
curse.
記憶をダウンロードし延命する
Prolonging one's
存
life
在
is possible by downloading
Miraita.
memories.
俺は人間を生かす技術の強化をしていたが少々身の回りをおろそかにする癖があってな
That's my job. I
死
neglect
神
my
の小
surroundings.
娘今日からお前は俺の駒
This is a
使い
flashback. We don't read flashbacks.
鬱陶しいところもある
I
が
hired her as a
出しゃ
maid.
ばらず
Not bad at
自分の
all.
行動を考えるその姿勢だけは評価してやろうしかし
Was it
だんだん
careless
小娘が俺
or
に
an
向ける眼差しに余計な
inevitability?
感情が見えるように
Oh
なってきた
man.
ならば現実を教えるまで
I suppose I'll show her the truth. Is the savior of this country a god
お
or a
前が
demon?
盲信する男は決して善人ではない人でなしだとな
The person you so blindly trust is not the good man you think he is. Are we starting back there? Are we starting right there? Okay. Alright, we're starting at the part where he's all like, look, I do experiments on prisoners.
これは死の番人が最も恐れた
Oh shit, his voice. Oh yeah,
最悪
Sheen's
な結末の物語
Sheen's a whole okay. Sheen's a lot. Sheen is a lot. Sheen is the scientist that prolongs people's lives. Sheen has a gorgeous tattoo on his neck. He's also just gorgeous in general. Like, but he's also technically the oldest living person, excluding on this island. And that's because he's the inventor of the reliver program. So he's the first reliver ever made, thus he became the oldest person ever. It's a great time. But he's also not afraid of doing experiments. So him and Capuchin are like on the same platform, but Capuchin is, I will do anything to see results, and I enjoy seeing people hurt, whereas Scien doesn't enjoy it, but he'll do what is necessary to get results. So that's the difference. Like that's they're two sides of the same coin kind of thing. And he's got a great voice. And he called us a sandwich maker in the last game, so it was a great time. This was the worst possible end to the story, the ending that the Watchmen of Death feared most.
目覚めた彼を止められる者は誰もいない。
One more thing for you, Blue. Scien did experiments on Anku. Anku is a Dolph from the past, but in the future. And he isn't from the island, which is why he can get older. So Scien did a bunch of experiments on him, kept him locked up for a lot of years, again, because he doesn't enjoy it. He wants to get results. And then Anku got broken out by Eves. And in this time, they learned how to do teleportation and time travel. So he teleported back into the past. He went a little too far. Oopsie. To try and save Cirrus from dying, because it's his biggest regret. Silly Will, happy Turkey Day, happy Turkey Day. So we like this guy. We do. We like him because at the end of the day, if it wasn't for him, people would continue to die at 23. There'd be no solution at all without him. He's a scientist. I don't know. There's some morally gray things for scientists. We have started Scien's story, and I'm catching Blue up on what Scien's like because Blue did not play Virche Era Salvation. No one could stop him after he had awoken. He's also a reliver, which means he has no emotions. But he falls in love with us anyways. Yes, he himself was a being of absolute authority, unafraid of anything. Don't worry. Once you hear him talk a little bit, we're gonna. Maybe not this part. He's kind of an asshole. Oh gosh, well, how do I defend this man? Asia, speak for me. Common sense, emotions, and even morals mean nothing.
間違っても俺を善人などと妄信してくれるな。
Armor Redemption? Oh, got worried. That was a delay. Playing Red Dead 2. Oh, nice. The only thing I did when I played Red Dead was catch horses. Fun fact. That's it. I just went around and I'm like, who can I catch this horse? And then people try to steal my horses and I'd be like, you better not try to steal my horse. And that was my whole life. That was my Red Dead experience. Don't you dare ever mistake me for someone good. See, he doesn't think he's a good guy. He also, because he made the Relivers, they don't like to feel love. Oh yeah, he can't clean at all. Oh, he probably has ADHD. He just lives in a bunch of piles.
俺は好奇心という名の欲望に忠実な運よく裁かれない権力を手にしただけの
I aim to satisfy my curiosity, and I was lucky to gain a position that lets me do what I want.
神の名を語るただの罪人だ
I'm just a sinner pretending to be a god. That was one of the things I used as a thumbnail. Not thumbnail, quote.
けれど悩むなら悪夢に見るほど悩み抜きなさい。
Salome! was not Maria, but maybe her original name was Maria. But Salome, I remember he had a basket or something that had puzzle pieces. Yes. He collected puzzle pieces. I can't remember the details right now, actually. If you're gonna worry about it, worry to the point that it becomes a nightmare.
苦しくなったら私が無理にでも起こしてまたホットミルクを入れてあげるから。
If you begin to suffer over it, I can always force you to awake and make you some hot milk. Okay, thanks so much, Mother. Thank you. To where it becomes a nightmare. I was told to worry and left the Institute alone, still drowned in a whirlwind of thoughts. Criminal or not, Sheen is terrifying. Able to consume people like that without a second thought. Ad stopped me from seeing the best mother ever. Oh, she's a great mom. She's a great mom. Salome is the only thing I care about. Honestly, I can't date her and it makes me sad. And Mama hates Sheen, which is crazy because Sheen saved her life. She wouldn't be around if it wasn't for Sheen. And he broke the laws for him. He broke the laws he invented for her. But to be unable to see his beautiful eyes again, girl, I get you, was something I didn't want. What should I do?
言っただろう、姫君。君はあの男の本性を何も知らないと。
I told you, princess. You know nothing of this man's true nature. I didn't realize Anku at some point quietly came up behind me as I stood in my thoughts. However, I wasn't too surprised as I imagined he would be around if I came here. I didn't know anything. As I heard the sounds of the wind, I turned and faced Anku. But then, Anku, you don't look well. His skin was pale white to begin with, but it seemed even worse than that now and was almost turning blue.
気にしないでくれ。君を普通の人間に戻す儀式の下準備に少々忙しくしていてね。
No, not to worry. I've simply been busy in preparing for the ritual to turn you into a normal human.
現世にいる以上、私の体力は人間に合わせたものになっているから、これがなかなか不便なのだよ。
As long as I am here in this world, my own strength is the same as any other human's. It is quite inconvenient, actually. I see. However, I still haven't upheld my end of the contract, right? I think it's still too soon for that.
最初から成し遂げるつもりでいなければ、この国を覆う死には対抗できないよ。
If you do not intend on seeing it through from the beginning, these deaths will remain a mystery,
もっ
princess.
とも、
Furthermore,
その原因の一つであるシアン・ブロフィワーズの元に戻ることだけは断固反対だが。
I'm absolutely against you returning to Sheen Brophy, one of the causes of all the deaths.
私は長き歴史の1ページの中で、奴が人間を消費物として淡々と使い潰していく様を幾度となく見てきた。
Through the many pages of history, I have seen him heartlessly consume humans countless times.
それこそ、罪ある者から罪なき者まで、数えればキリがない。
Between those with sin and those without, he has used an unfathomable amount of people. I could feel a chill run down my spine at how easily believable that idea was.
君の呪いを早める体質をシアン・ブロフィワーズに知られたら、
If your ability to catalyze the curse is known to Sheen
一
Brophy,
体どうなるか。奴の本性を知った今なら、容易に想像できるだろう。
I'm afraid to even think what would happen. Though I am sure it is easy for you to imagine now that you know who he is. Yes.
普通の寿命を持つ漂流者が雲隠れしなければ、また結果は違っていたかもしれんが。
Results may have been different if the drifter had not gone the longer lifespan had not gone into hiding. The drifter was a benefactor.
そ
We're
れ
not
は
doing
祖父の話だ
flashbacks,
ろ
but I'll
俺
appreciate
には
it.
関係ない
To my grandfather, not to me. Sheen claimed that he would conduct experiments on even the drifter to whom he felt owed a debt. If someone like that knew of my ability, which was only hidden by untruthful rumors, I was sure of what he would do. I don't mind what happens, but I can't let Mother or everyone I live with get involved in this outcome. Considering that, I think I should stay away from Sheen for a while, just as you say.
しばらくとは言わず永遠に距離を置いてくれた方が私としては安心できるのだがね
Not for a while. I would be at ease knowing you stay away from him forever. There's still the matter of repaying the damages I owe him. I gave Anku an awkward smile as he stood with an expression of displeasure.
ともあれ契約を果たしたければ一刻も早く新たなパートナーを見つけこの国の謎に迫ってほしい
Wait, was that Little Girl D? The Little Girl D put me in this contract. Remember Little Girl D, everybody? R.I.P. Little Girl D. Regardless, just focus on fulfilling your contract. Find a new partner as soon as you can and pursue the mysteries of this land.
私はしばらくの間儀式の準備で動くことができないが
I will not be able to assist you much given my preparations for the
君
ritual.
ならば偽りの神の力など借りなくとも成し遂げられると信じているよ
I'm not staying away from Sheen. But father, I love him. I get it. I am certain you will be able to see it through without borrowing the help of the false god. After he spoke, he disappeared. Anku disappeared behind a sheet of Lycoris petals just as he always did. Anku is clearly hostile towards Sheen. He said that he didn't find it agreeable how Sheen twisted people's lifespans unnaturally. I feel like there's something other reason. Pretty privilege. It's true. It's so true. It's as if Sheen did something to him personally, but that's just maybe my own imagination. However, Anku's advice certainly made sense. I'm here for Sheen and y'all dare to take me away from Sheen. This happened in the original story. This is actually just rehashing stuff we've already done. Thinking of the safety of those around me, I was best not to get involved with Sheen more than I had. I was sure Sheen wouldn't hesitate at all in letting me go. Still, not being able to see those beautiful eyes so close to me anymore made me feel so sad. Anyone got a name for a horse that's black with white spots? What kind of horse? What kind of horse is it? Black with white spots? Do you want it to correlate with its name? Is this a joke? Wait, is this a joke? It's like, hey, wait, you're playing Red Dead. Oh, wait, never mind. I get it. A horse that's black with white spots. Okay. Sure and no. Let's see. Okay, let's think. Bandit? Try why not Bandit? If you want to relate to the black and white spots. Not a zebra. All one word, no spaces. But each first letter is capitalized. GameStop's taking me away from Sheen. This is the second time. GameStop? You're getting GameStop ads? Perfect. Excellent. Bandit it is. That said, very Red Dead. Thank you. I am from the Cowboy and Indian movie franchise of life, so I got you. That said, I couldn't just ignore work without permission. Speaking of GameStop, I know we didn't say it's our favorite, but the fan disc for Cupid Parasite was $10 off on GameStop last time I checked. I have to be sure to tell Sheen I'll be away from work for a while. I came to the Institute with that intent in mind. I made and brought some sandwiches with me just in case. But I'll try and tell Sheen directly, and if I can't, I'll ask one of the researchers to tell him for me. Right as I was about to come up to one of the security officers guarding the front gate and ask them to relay my message.
あれあれ
そこにいるのはお嬢さんじゃないですか。
My oh my, if it isn't Leah. Hi, Toka. How are you?
てっきりシアンさんに愛想を尽かしてもう来てくれないと思ってたのに。
I thought you'd gotten fed up with Sheen and wouldn't be coming here anymore. The hot rushed up to me, his smile brimming with excitement. I'm sorry to make you worry. I'm feeling much better after you spoke to me.
ならよかったです。この後はいつも通りシアンさんのところに。
So after that whole incident where Dahat's all like, not Dahat, sorry, Dahat wasn't part of that part, where Sheen was all like, I am a murderer. Look at all these people I do experiments on. Dahat walked us home. And Dahat knows how to say star out loud. Like, that's gorgeous. And basically explained it a little bit to us, going like, you know, they are criminals and we got to do what we got to do to help our country not continuously die at 23. We're doing what we can. I love how I forget that Sheen's my phone wallpaper. My phone's actually dying right now. Do you see that? Do you see this flickering? This is my phone screen. It keeps doing this. I'm so scared. I'm so scared that my phone, like, it's dying. See that? Shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. We think that something's wrong with it. I don't want to fix it. I don't want to pay for that right now. Oh, gosh. I'm glad to hear that. Are you going to go see it as usual? Oh, man. I'm charging my phone. This has nothing with charging. It even, like, I Googled it to see if something was, like, normal for this. And they're like, oh, you could try updating your phone. I did. Did not fix it. It's still doing this. Sad. So sad. Just dies. The screen just dies. Someday it's not going to turn back on, guys. And then I'll never social media again. Are you going to see Sheen as usual? Well, seeing my hesitation to hot seemed to quickly pick up on my true intentions.
まあ、あんなことがあった後ですから、何もなかったように、こんにちは、とは言えませんよね。
I guess after the other day, it's not like you can go in and just say hello as if nothing happened, right? But it's not as if I hate Sheen or disrespect him now. It's just that I have some personal matters to attend to and I wanted to ask for some time off.
了解です。なら、僕からシアンさんに伝えておきますね。
Speaking of Dahat, someone made a fusion of Dahat and Dante from Pio4 from Faded Memories. I got a screenshot. I don't know Pio4 yet, but that's on my list for like next game we play, but that's exciting. I love Dahat. Just to be clear, Dahat also a psychopath. Also cute little psychopath. I called him I clocked him day 1 and I was all like, "Oh, you're so cute. You're a bad guy." I said it. Understood. Then I'll relay the message to Sheen. All right, thank you very much. After Dahat bowed his head down deeply, I offered the basket I was holding before I leave here.
これは？
What's this? Some sandwiches for Sheen. I'm a bit worried about his health since I won't be able to see him. If it's all right if I come here every day around this time to bring him some?
もちろんです。警備兵にもシアンさんに渡すよう伝えておきますね。
Okay, okay. Oh, hang on. Wait, will this make this big enough? Dude. Open a browser, I guess. Make it bigger, please. Interesting. Is this like what he would look like if he had grown up? Just called a hot Dante by accident. I see. They just photoshopped that in, but that'd be hilarious. If he hadn't become a reliver at the age of 14. I'll make sure to tell the security to give these to Sheen as well.
でも、あなたってば、ちょっと優しすぎません？
Also, Dahat does not love Sheen either. He respects him for his intelligence, but he doesn't love him. Don't you think you're being too nice?
あんなことがあった後なんです。少しぐらいはシアンさんに怒ってもいいと思うんですけど。
Considering what happened just the other day, I feel like it's alright to be a little angry at
僕
Sheen.
だったら、この人でなしめって頭からお酒をぶっかけてますね。
If it were me, I'd call him a barbarian and pour a drink over his head. The hot turned his face and adorably puffed out his cheeks. Sheen simply showed the truth to me as I was beginning to fill my head with my own ideals about him. And
それに
and what Sheen is doing is indeed terrible. But he showed no prejudice towards me, and I don't think my appreciation for that will ever fade. Even if I can't help him directly, I just want to repay him somehow. It was true. After thinking things over, I chose not to throw away the happiness I received from him. Even if it was for a short time, I was happy during the time I was able to help
そ
Sheen.
の気持ちは僕もちょっとわかります。
I suppose I can understand how you feel a bit.
シアンさんは中途半端な年齢でリライバーになった僕を見てくれで侮ったりせず、
Sheen didn't look down on me even though I became a reliver at a young age and still look it.
頭脳と才能をまっとうに評価し、副所長にまでしてくれた恩人ですから。
And I'm indebted to him for regarding me for my knowledge and abilities, as they are, even making me the deputy director.
まあその分人としては尊敬できないですし、毎日好き勝手こき使われてるんですけど。
But it's hard to respect him as a person. Every day he works me to the bone however he pleases, you know? The Hot seemed like a little brother who was honest about his feelings towards Sheen. Even if I couldn't see him, I truly wish the both of them would be able to carry on peacefully working on their experiments together. Here I am, being a little sandwich maker. Watch me go, making sandwiches. After that needless commotion, I went back to checking the results of my experiments.
うん。
My eyes stayed fixed as I extended my left hand out for my meal.
うん？
A few seconds passed, but I still felt nothing in my hand. When I shifted my gaze to my side, I saw an open space with no one around. The girl who handed me my food without me needing to say a word wasn't here.
ああ、そうか。
Ah, that's right. She hadn't returned to the institute after I showed her who I truly was.
一度あの利便性に慣れてしまうと、自分で用意するのが面倒だね。
Literally, she just handed him sandwiches and cleaned his office. Those are the two things. And she wasn't allowed to touch the books because they're in piles in a specific way. So there's very little she could actually clean. She had limitations. He wouldn't just let her clean anywhere. It's more like dusting the books piles. It's a pain going back to how things work, especially after seeing how useful she was. With no other choice, I reached down to pick up some bread from the floor when...
どうもです、シアンさん。シアンさん宛てに素敵な贈り物が届いてますよ。
Good day, Sheen. I came bearing a lovely gift for you.
やかましい。出てけ。
You're a nuisance. Get out.
わあ、入って早々の罵倒とか。研究の合間を縫って届けに来てあげた可愛い部下に対して何たる仕打ち。
Abuse right from the start. There's no way to treat your adorable subordinate who's taken such great care not to disturb you.
そんなこと言うシアンさんには彼女お手製のサンドイッチはあげませんからね。
You don't deserve Leah's handmade sandwiches if you talk to me like that.
サンドイッチ？
Sandwiches. From the maid?
休憩してたら彼女が正門の前にいたので声をかけたんです。
I was on break and saw her out front, so I chatted with her.
そしたらしばらくお休みするっていう伝言と一緒に
And along with the message that she'll be on leave for a while,
シアンさんにこのサンドイッチを届けていただけませんか
she handed these to me and
託してく
asked
れ
if
たわ
I
けで
would
す。
please give these to you.
なるほどな。
I see. Though she feared my work, I presumed she was concerned enough about my eating habits to deliver food for me herself.
なんとも半端な小娘だ。いっそ完全に関係を断てば面倒がなくて済むんだがな。
That girl's an eccentric. There'd be no trouble for any of us if she just cut off her ties with me completely.
自分を心配してくれる人に対してなんてこと言うんですか。
That's a terrible thing to say to someone who's so worried about you.
いらないなら僕と部下たちで美味しくいただいちゃいますよ。
If you don't want any, I and the other subordinates will eat them.
誰もそんなことは言っ
I
てない。
never said I didn't. I snatched the basket from Dahat and set it down in its usual spot. I picked up one of the sandwiches and brought it to my mouth. As I opened, I displayed the opened a display on the system.
ああ、 彼女がそばにいることで少しはシアンさんにも人間性が芽生えるんじゃないかって期待してたのに。
And here I thought having her around would nudge you closer to being a normal human.
悪いが、その可能性は1%たりともない。
There's not a single percent of that being
え
possible.
え分かってましたよ。それでも僕らの班はわずかな希望にもすがりつきたい状況なんです。
I know. Our team's still hanging on to the slightest hope that it might be true, though.
それじゃあ僕は研究に戻りますから。
Alright then, I'll be going back to my research.
彼女が来なくなった以上、部屋を掃除してくれる人もいないんですから、散らかすのもほどほどにしてくださいね。
Now that she's gone for good, there's no one else to clean. Don't make the place too messy, you hear? Dahad exasperatedly picked up some trash on his way out. The girl no comer coming here was expected. In fact, I intentionally showed her Team SB's experiment so that she wouldn't grow unnecessarily attached. We lost nothing more than a conversation made. Convenient made, so the research itself wouldn't be affected. But there was only one thing I was curious
差
about.
し入れを持ってきたということは完全に恐れをなしたわけじゃない。
The fact she brought food means she's not completely afraid of me.
ということは、俺のそばにいると何か不都合なことがあると判断したか。
So perhaps she feels it's inconvenient for some reason for her to be by my side. For example, having to become a subject of my experiment herself.
くだらん。あんなくだらない噂を信じてあの娘を研究するぐらいなら。
Ridiculous. I've resorted to experimenting on that girl because I believed in such ridiculous
そこら
rumors.
の雑草を調べる方がよほど有益だ。
I'd be making better use of my time studying random weeds outside. It was a minor inconvenience for that pushy maid to be gone now, but it wouldn't affect my research. Trying to avoid any other unnecessary thoughts, I stuffed the rest of the sandwiches into my mouth and returned to my research. A few days passed, going back and forth between Cohen and Cernavel. I brought sandwiches for Sheen every day. I was the one who chose not to see him anymore, yet I was still concerned about his eating habits. I was a bit worried at first that I'd just be more trouble to him, but...
どうぞ。こちら、昨日届けていただいたカゴです。
Here you go, the basket you brought us yesterday. Ah, thank you very much. The basket I brought with sandwiches in them always came back empty. I guess he's eating them. He could have easily refused them, claiming we were no longer involved with each other. Huh. I glanced down and realized there was a letter at the bottom of the basket. Wondering what was written in it, I opened the letter. Pack 2 more tomorrow. Pack 2 more tomorrow than you made today. I read the curt message within. The moment I saw the message that spoke as if my visits were simply a part of everyday life. There we go, him eating sandwiches, you know. Precious memories that were simply facts to him came flowing back to me from the back of my mind. I guess for those sweet, sweet blue eyes, I'll do it. What do? I shouldn't see him. But a tiny thing like this made me so happy. The man valued every single second he had. If the food I made him helped him with his research even a little bit, I felt I could be at least a little bit proud of myself. If I'm somehow able to fulfill my contract with Anku and become a normal human, the day might arrive when I can bring sandwiches directly to Sheen again. I would go back as a normal person to the terrifying man with beautiful eyes and hope that day I could be called maid by him again. Make him sandwiches, I guess. Forever and ever and ever, the end. Capuchin! Wait, Capuchin doesn't get a POV. We don't need a Capuchin POV.
シアン・ブロフィワーズの元を離れてもなお彼女は研究所に通い続けているのか。
Let's hope he calls us his wife, not mate. Listen, she's got mild expectations. What the fuck, this bitch appeared? Yeah, Even after leaving Sheen Brophy's side, Leah is still going to the institute.
さらに奴宛てに毎日何かを届けているとのことです。
It seems every day she's bringing something to him. It's been some time after commotion over the incident with Barreau had settled down. Sheen hated the Revipour family, but perhaps I could use the woman as a weakness of his somehow. Revipour family, the rulers of Arpachel, they have lived for many years through reliver technology, but their tyranny has earned them a poor reputation among their subjects. They often keep to themselves in the castle that is connected to the institute and rarely make any public appearances. I requested an investigation of them both, thinking he separated her from him in an effort to keep our eyes off of her. But according to the emotional faction who supported me on the condition that Sheen was assassinated, emotional faction, a research team at the institute whose objective is to develop relivers that are able to retain their emotions in order to be as human as possible. They believe modifying the heart, which stores emotion, is key to achieving their mission. This faction is led by Dahat. Oh, it just tells you. Okay, I thought I was going to keep it a secret. If Sheen kicked his ass, I would love to see it. Well, like, showing off his ass, though. Like, he's all like, got you.
彼女は完全な世話係。だらしないシアンプロフィアーズの面倒を見ているだけのようだが。
She's merely a caretaker. It seems she's only looking after the slovenly Sheen Brophy. But I couldn't let my guard down when it came to that cunning, underhanded man. He never picked a companion on such a lazy and ridiculous basis as helping him with his daily life. I was sure it was just a cover and that he actually had her involved in incredibly important research. What she brought him daily could be documented use for research or perhaps test samples, whatever the case.
少しばかり彼女のことを調べてみるか。王族と支援者にも報告しておく必要があるだろう。
Imagine Capuchin's all like, where's the research? And she's like, it's just a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I suppose I could investigate her further. I'm sure I'll need to report this to the royal family and my supporters as well. I wouldn't be tricked. One day I would possess everything, even his research and experiments. Yes, yes, yes. Late that night, achoo! I sneezed in the middle of my evening conversation with mother.
あらあら、風邪かしら。最近夜は少し冷えるものね。
I love you so much, Mom. Oh dear, do you have a cold? It has been chilly at night lately after all, and you barely wear anything to bed. That looks like it's made of silk and it's thin. No, I don't think I do. I don't feel particularly chilly. My nose just suddenly felt a
あ
tickle.
ら、それなら誰かがあなたのことを噂しているのかしら。
My, then maybe somebody's talking about you. Maybe. Mother and I were speaking in hushed voices so we wouldn't wake the children when...
お姉ちゃん、
Oh,
マム。
guys, it's little girl D. She's back in the flesh without a face or a name. Oh my god. Sis, mother. I wonder if it's the same voice. I don't even know.
あら、
It seems like 3 times. So did someone talk about me? Yep. 3 times. What's wrong? The girl that helped clean Sheen's room the other day came sleepily into the room. What's wrong? Did our conversation wake
う
you?
ん、
No.
あのね、怖い夢を見たせいで眠れなくなっちゃって、お水を飲みに来たの。
I had a bad dream and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I came to get some water. Oh dear. I decided to go get the water for the girl who had a tired look on her face. This reminds me of Adpol and the kids died in the first game. Oh my god. Girl D, we missed you. Remember when she died and they were just like, She's like, and I looked at her and it was the same girl that I was with. I'm like, if only she had a name, man. Little girl D, mister. All right, here you go. Be careful not to spill it on your clothes,
あり
okay?
がとう、お姉ちゃん。
Thanks, sis. After gulping down the water.
ねえねえ、お姉ちゃんもこれからお部屋で寝るんだよね。
You're gonna sleep in your room now, right? Of course. Did you need anything? Didn't Mama attempted to kill someone for what happened to Adolph and the kids? If I recall correctly. Okay, hang on. I got it. I just remembered everything. Okay. So, Capuchin's family or whatever came here, murdered all the kids. And then Adolph was being tied up in the living room. And they cut his head off in front of us, right? If I remember correctly. And then we leave with Mama to the little hut. And this is the part where Scien has like a different heart in his body. Like he's got that scar in his chest. In the hut part. And we're in his bed with him at one point. I remember that. And we have the choice to like, we can get involved or we cannot get involved. She did. She totally did. And if we don't get involved, she will kill us so that Scien will think it was them and be so upset that he'll get involved. And I forgive Mom for killing me that one time. But yeah, that did happen. Oh God, are all the kids gonna die again? Flashback over. But just remember when she's like, it's the little girl. Oh man, what a day. Listen, Mama deserved better, right? I mean, they all deserved better, but she got killed by her family. Like, that's trashy, right? And then her son died at a young age. At least she thought he died at a young age. He kind of died at a young age. Anyways. Did you need anything? After fidgeting for a moment in response to my question.
お姉ちゃん、同じベッドで一緒に寝てもいい？
I was mad about her and Scien working together in that ending. I don't mind. Yeah, it was fine. It's fine. A lot of people died. A lot of kids died, but who cares? Is it okay if I sleep in the same bed as you? I was a bit caught off guard by the unexpected question with me, not with Mother. Yeah. Little girl D without a name.
すっかりあなたを慕っているみたいね。
It seems she's taken a liking to you. Not enough for me to learn her name. I'm happy about that. Girl D, we love you.
しかし、この術にも君はまた人に
This is a flashback. Ultimately, my brain can't stop me even if it's hot. This is also technically a flashback, but I kind of need the reminder. As long as I don't know how long Anku's powers will last, I can't let myself be around the same space as long as the other children for too long. I avoid being in the same room with the children because of that, knowing that Mother didn't ask me to stay with the girl either. I'm sorry, you know this is already, but I can't sleep near anyone else.
やだやだ、お姉ちゃんと一緒に寝るの。
Ma, I want to sleep next to you. The girl stomped her feet on the ground in response.
お姉ちゃんを困らせたらダメよ。今日は大部屋でみんなと一緒にくっついて寝ましょう。
Don't make any trouble for her now. Let's go into the main room and sleep next to everyone else,
こ
okay?
の子のことは私に任せて、あなたはもう寝なさい。
Leah, you can leave her to me. You can go to bed now.
明日もあのろくでなしにお弁当を届けに行くんでしょ。
I wish Girl D had a name. It's too much to ask for in this universe. She talked almost as much as that little boy, whose name I can't think of right now, that tried to kill us, and he got a name. And she's a central part of Scien's story. Like, just give her a name. It's a name. It's fine. Dahlia? Let's call her whatever we want. Dahlia would be cute. You're gonna be to that wretched man again tomorrow to give him food, aren't you? Yes, I'm sorry, and thank you. You know I'm really sorry. I'm gonna give Give her a name. Lily. Oh, Dahlia. Lily. That makes sense. I apologized one more time to the girl and returned to my own room and went to sleep. But then, when I awoke, I found the girl sleeping comfortably beside me. She must have snuck out of the room after Mother fell asleep and came in here with me. What am I gonna do with you? I knew I had to caution her again when she woke up.
お姉ちゃん
Sister.
また一緒にあのおじちゃんのお部屋お掃除しようね。
Let's clean that uncle's room again. Thank you. I don't even know how many years it's been since I felt the warmth of someone next to me like this. Promising myself this would be the last time, I gently touched the girl's cheek as she slept blissfully. And then I shocked her and she died instantly, and I felt really bad about that. I forgot she met Sheen. She's the reason she's indebted, because the little girl broke the vase. But we took the rap for it, if I recall. See? She's the catalyst. Without little girl D, we don't date Sheen. After bringing more sandwiches to Sheen around noon. Mathis, I'm glad to see you're okay with leaving the mansion now.
はい。イブさんたちクルーンさんが励ましてくれたおかげで
It's thanks to Eves and the others helping me feel better.
ブローの死を完全に割り切れたわけではありませんが少しずつ受け入れていこうと思います。
It's not as if I've completely come to terms with Barreau's death yet, but I'm getting there little by little. I see. I'm just glad that you're feeling better, Mathis. I had run low on sandwich ingredients, so I went out to buy more and spotted Mathis walking around the marché. By the way, I don't see Jean with you. Are you shopping alone today?
はい。ジャンにも
I've caused Jean so much worry and trouble. You know, what with being a homunculus and him having created me in a science lab, and me not being exactly what he wanted, but being pretty close, honestly.
僕なりにあなたのあの美味しい料理を再現してご馳走してあげたいと思って。
For once, I appreciate the recap right now just because I forgot everything. It's why I haven't skipped as fast. Like the other ones, I kind of remembered them better. Maybe it's because Sheen's was a bit wild. I don't know. Mathis, do you got a route? Like, Mathis, is yours a secret route? Are you the secret route, Mathis? You have to unlock your route last. It's okay. You can tell me. I wanted to try and replicate those delicious meals you made and try and treat him to something. Aw, that's a wonderful idea. Mathis smiled with positivity, and I couldn't help but smile as well. In that case, would you like to shop together? I'm about to do some shopping as well.
いいんですか?
Are you sure? Yeah, I can share some recipes with you as we walk.
それはとっても助かります。
That helps so much. I can't even make tea, I found out. I walked peacefully through the marché with Mathis. Neither of us were used to crowds, and we both struggled somewhat with matching each other's pace. But both of us had important goals to achieve, keeping us from backing down from the eyes of those around us.
そういえば、ブローのことはともかく、変死事件はどうなったんでしょうか?
Apart from Barreau, I wonder what's been happening with those strange deaths.
王族が勝手に決めただけで、奴の仕業と確定したわけではないですよね。
The royal family claimed it was all his doing, but that wasn't proven to be true, right? Right, it seems Adolphe and his team are staying alert and investigating things, but it seems they still don't really know what's happening.
そうですか。平和なのはいいことですけど、なんだかすっきりしませんね。
I see, it's great that things are peaceful, but it does feel a bit unsettling. I might have known something about these current events if I were with Sheen. But because I removed myself out of the concern for my safety, I lost the source I had for any related information. Anku has clearly stated that the deaths are ongoing. I need to do whatever I can before there are more victims. I could walk around the marché and listen in on rumors at least, couldn't I? Yeah, I'm a sleuth now. We finished our shopping at the marché as I shared recipes with Mathis and we reminisced about our time living together. I realized the sky was beginning to become colored by the sunset. The busy streets were mostly empty of people now.
すっかり遅くなっちゃいましたね。長い時間お付き合いさせてしまってすみません。
It's so late already. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Oh, you didn't at all. I was really nice shopping with you, Mathis. I'm sure Jean will enjoy the meals you prepare for him.
はい。料理が上達したら、あなたやイブさんたちにもご馳走しますね。
Once I get better, I'll treat you and Eves to something, Leah. I'm looking forward to it. If you have any questions about cooking, you can always ask. And I was like, what were we cut off? Right in the middle of speaking, I could see a commotion towards Shadis, where Mathis would be returning. There was practically no one around a moment ago, but a crowd had suddenly gathered.
何の騒ぎでしょう。シュディは普段マルシェ以外静かだってジョンは言ってたはずですけど。
What's going on? Jean always says Shadis is normally quiet outside of the marché. As Mathis tilted his head in confusion, a rather strong breeze blew by. Blood. And with it arrived the scent of iron. My body froze in response to the wretched yet familiar scent. Did something happen? I called out to a man nearby.
クーネで噂になっていた胸をかきむしった変死体がこの先の路地でも見つかったんだよ。
Those strange deaths around Cohen seem to have hit Shadis. Just up this road, the one with the carved out chest. So this is the ones where they ripped out their own chest. Correct? Those deaths in Shadis. I looked around. I could see a stream of blood flowing down a road far away, and I could see a number of men and women with gaping holes in their chest.
じゃあやっぱり変死体はブローの仕業じゃ。
That means those deaths really weren't Barreau's doing. We had come across what we were just discussing, and both Mathis and I stood frozen when...
全員その場から動くな。遺体の回収は我らが行う。
All of you don't move. We'll handle the retrieval of the corpses. With the shout of the royal guard arriving at the scene, the people of Shadis, unrelated to the death, stopped immediately. I felt somewhat odd about the quick movement of the royal guard as they cleared up the area.
なんだかブローの時と違って対応がしっかりしてますね。
You know, it seems like they're actually on top of things this time, unlike with Barreau. Maybe it's because as the royal guard, it's closer to home here in Shadis.
それにしたってなんだか用意周到なような。
That said, it seems almost like they were actually
そ
prepared.
この施設の娘、何をこそこそと喋っている。
You there, girl from the orphanage. What are you whispering about? Nothing. I never said anything about being from the orphanage. I didn't say anything about it, so had this person seen me there before? Sir. Right? Afterwards. When I explained where we lived and that we had come to ask about the incident, Mathis and I were let go. Worried, Mathis want me back to Cohen. After leaving Mathis, I found Adolphe, who had rushed her after hearing of the commotion in Shadis.
例の変死事件がまさかまた発生するなんて。
I never imagined those strange deaths would still be happening.
クーネで起きなかったのは不幸中の幸いだな。
None of your business, but how do you know that I'm from the orphanage? Yeah, strange. Girl from the orphanage. Why would you even shout girl from the orphanage? Like, let's be so real. In a crowd. Like you, girl. But girl from the orphanage, eh. The silver lining is they didn't happen in Cohen at least.
下手をしたらまたお前が犯人だと言いがかりをつけられかねない。
There's no telling whether they'll start accusing you as the culprit again. We can't exactly say that's all well. The shock of seeing the bodies wasn't as bad as before since they were some distance away. It's just as Anku suggested. Now that one of these deaths had reappeared, a report would likely go to Sheen, who wanted details on this case. Write him a letter and put, and he called me girl from the orphanage? Like, what? That's crazy, right? That's crazy. If you write him a letter, Capuchin's gonna get it. And you know what? I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't want to get killed by Capuchin right now. It's late. Getting murdered by Capuchin, not my vibe. It's the right color, at least. I mean, I said it. I'm sure Sheen would already be on top of things. It would just take up more of his time if I were to do something needless on top of that.
とにかく、今回の件は誰に何を言われようと、徹底的に無関係を貫けよ。
In any case, be sure to tell everyone that you're completely uninvolved no matter what anyone says, Leah. Alright, if any of the royal guards ask, I'll just say that we only encountered the bodies after the fact.
それでいい。自警団の方も調査範囲をシュディまで広げる。
Dolph, that won't work. I didn't do it, okay? I don't know how the bodies got in the trees. The rope is unrelated. Good. The corpse will expand our investigations out to Chaetus
何かあ
too.
ればすぐに連絡をくれ。
If anything happens, come contact me right away. I still want them to explain. Like, I understand, right? There's just, we did make choices here. He wears the ribbon on his wrist that goes into the side of his outfit. Is that intentional? So he always feels like he's a corpse member even when he's not one?
ええ。あなたも気をつけるのよ、アドルフ。
We will. You be careful too, Adolf. After looking around briefly, Adolf headed back to his office to get ready for the increase in patrol.
Ch. 例のごとくこの衛兵どもに変死体が回収されたか。
Of course, the royal guards collected the bodies from these deaths.
どうやらよほど見られたくない情報が詰まっているらしいな。
The corpses are clearly full of information the royals don't want to be seen. Sheen, hello! It's like, hello, doctor, actually. I looked around the bloodstained site of where all the bodies had been collected. An amateur would only see this as spot where blood was splattered about.
傷口に対し出血が少ない。その上わずかだが、死体を引きずった跡がある。
There's relatively little blood considering their wounds, plus slight evidence that the bodies have been dragged around. Judging by the bloodstains, the bodies must have been dragged around in a hurry. If that was the
別
case,
の場所で死んだのをわざわざ運んできたか。
they must have died elsewhere and were intentionally brought here, meaning that these corpses were intentionally created by the royal guard or someone related to them. Considering that the royal family was even trying to kill me, I wouldn't be surprised by whatever scheme they were hatching with regular
なぜ
citizens.
ここに運んだ？この衛兵のいないクーネの方が疑われにくいはずだ。
Doing this, why did they bring the bodies here? Doing this in Cohen would raise far fewer suspicions. Or
あえ
perhaps
て目撃者を作ろうとした。
they wanted witnesses? No, that wouldn't be quite right. They simply wanted witnesses. They could have just thrown the bodies into one of the Cohen's busier streets. In that case,
目撃者を事件そのものに巻き込もうとしているが正解か。
that's why they called out to the girl from the orphanage. The correct answer is that they want to get a witness involved in the incident. The steps I needed to take were clear. While keeping an eye on the royal guard, I should use Korun, I don't know, and quickly figure out the witnesses of this incident. And I would secure this person that the royal family hopes to involve. That filthy bunch was targeting someone specific, and her name is me. I put on read. Whoa, that was crazy. That must mean this person was highly valuable, or rather a specimen. They're valuable because of you. You're the reason. The morning of the next day. She's asleep here again. It seems she really enjoys my warmth next to her. The girl was comfortably sleeping beside me. We warned her not to do this yesterday. Thinking about it, I suppose my condition is hard for a young child to grasp. We couldn't force her to agree to something she didn't fully understand. On top of that, many children her age wanted to be near the warmth of others. I have to think of an explanation that's easy for her to understand, like how Lucas conducts his lessons. I slowly sat up and got out of bed, careful not to wake her. The other children would still be sleeping at this hour, so I tried not to make much noise as I washed everyone's clothes. Once I'm done with my chores, I'll try and remember whatever I can about the strange deaths I saw yesterday. There could be some clues in what I remember. Just then I saw someone walking towards the orphanage.
朝早くから精が出るね。
Capuchin. Hello there, Lee. I see you're hard at work so early in the morning.
あれからアドルフ君は元気にしているかな？
Has Adolphe been well since we've last met? Dr. Capuchin, good morning. The reason I was so confused was because he rarely showed his face in this district. I quickly stopped to dry off my hands and hurried over to Dr. Capuchin, who was standing outside the fence. It's rare to see you in Cohen. Are you here on a walk?
いや、朝の散歩も兼ねているが。
Big waste of a handsome
実
sprite.
は君に大事な依頼があってね。
I remember when we were young and innocent, and at first we're like, I like this guy, and then that changed as well. Like, this game was all about changing my opinion. I suppose I'm out for a walk, but I actually have an important request for you. For me? For moi? Ads, I'm sorry. I felt intimidated by Dr. Capuchin and how he looked more serious than usual. My savior? For once, ads, thank you so much. I don't have to see this man. Because everyone was still asleep, including Mother, I decided to speak with him outside. A request for a medical examination by the Royal Guard?
聞けば君は
Indeed, as I've come to
昨
hear,
日シュディの少年と共に例の変死体を目撃したのだろ
you were a witness of yesterday's death along with the boy from Chadis, correct? Yeah, I was quite far away from them. So you know of the incidents too, huh?
何せ王族が直々に病院に連絡をよこしたものだからね。
Indeed, the royal family contacted the hospital directly after all. Apichel's royal family? In the manner that reminded me of Lucas, Capuchin began to explain the events that brought him to the
今
orphanage.
回の件を受け、アルペシェール王家は変死体の原因を
With these recent incidents, the Arpichel royal family has determined these strange deaths
ブローの仕業だという主張から流行り病ではないかという方向性に切り替え始めた。
to be the results of not Barreau but an epidemic. He's still here and he's saying he wants to do an examination on us. An outbreak of infectious disease. Ah, that was enough for me to understand. Could it be they wanted to examine everyone who was there to make sure they haven't caught the disease?
その通り。万が一にも変死が国中に広がりなどしたら破滅しか待っていないからね。
Precisely. The spread of these strange deaths throughout the country could mean its
本来
destruction.
なら国と我々が協力することなどめったにないのだが。
Normally, it would be rare for me to work with the government, but
我が病院には優秀な医者が揃っているからね。そこに目をつけた王族直々の命令にはさすがに逆らえなかった。
my hospital is known for its talented doctors. I certainly cannot refuse a direct order from the royal family.
そんな経緯で私がクーネの人間の診断を担当することになったのだよ。
I like how you basically said the same thing. He's still here. Damn it. Come on. So that's how I've come to be in charge of the examinations for residents of Cohen. I see. You came to see me because I was there at the scene. Capuchin affirmed my response with a
という
nod.
ことで訪ねて早々に申し訳ないのだが
With all that being said, I apologize for the sudden request.
周囲の安全のためひいては自分の健康のため
For the sake of your safety and those around you, as well as your own
可能な
health,
ら病院で 簡単な検査と採血をさせてほしいのだが、どうだろうか。
And that's when mom's gonna show up. I'd like you to come to the hospital to undergo a simple examination and have a blood sample taken. Is that possible? I just went to the bathroom for a moment, looked at my phone on the walk back, and saw his face. Yeah, he's haunting, really. I was a bit afraid of having blood samples taken. I understand. I have no right to refuse the government, and if it really is a disease, I wouldn't want Mother and the children to catch it. If Sheen was investigating the strange deaths, I should also do whatever I
協
can.
力感謝する。では早速我が病院に来てもらっても。
I thank you for your cooperation. Then may I ask you to accompany me to the hospital right away? Yes, however, I'd like to tidy up and leave a note to Mother. Could you please wait just a few minutes?
もちろん構わないとも。
But of course, it would not be a problem. She's like, I was in the middle of laundry. Yenny! Hi! Hello! Good evening / early morning for you. I made it! I put away the laundry and stepped back into the orphanage to leave a note on the table with a quick explanation. My goodness, how are you surviving these days? I was off with Capuchin to the hospital that was ran by the Society of Exorcists. Not a great name. And then I was experimented on. After quickly getting a response to my request, Korun provided information on the witnesses, leading me to this orphanage. Uni gets so busy, oh my fucking god. Like, right this time of year? Dude, it's almost the end of the year. What are they making you do? This happened in the first game? No, this is actually new, finally. This is new stuff. I would say since the Marché scene. Her delivering sandwiches happened, but the Marché thing didn't happen in the first one. Also that Capuchin scene where he was all like, she's coming by. Are we on Sheen's route? We are! Yes, we just started it. Sheen, our love. Look, Asia's sharing. Oh my gosh. According to his investigation, that girl saw the corpses with those deaths. From those deaths alongside the young Cloud.
しばらく姿を見かけないと思えば、とことん運のない小娘だな。
I haven't seen her in some time, and now this. She has terrible luck. There was no point in her staying away from me if she still got herself mixed up in these messes.
出てこい、トシマ。あの死神の娘はどこにいる?
Get out her grandma. Where's the maiden of death?
邪魔よ。どきなさい、シアン。
You're in the way. Move, Sheen. With a shout that could hardly be considered a reply to my question, the old one flew out of the building. Imagine her running in that dress. Girl. She only stopped because she was about to bump into me after clearing her throat.
あの子を迎えに行かなくちゃいけないの。
I have to go get Leah.
だから連絡もなしに訪ねてきたジジイの相手をしている暇はないのよ。
He's so oh my gosh, yeah. I forgot he called her old woman. I have no time to deal with a decrepit old sack who can't even comprehend that he's unwelcome. She glared at me with invisible wrinkles all over her face. Oh my god, he's so mean. Don't talk about my queen like this.
自分があの子に何をしたのか忘れたわけではないでしょ。
I'm sure you haven't forgotten what you did to that girl.
当然だ。だが俺から離れると決めたのはあくまであの娘。
Of course not, but the one who decided to stay away from me was her.
こちらから接触しないなどと約束した覚えはないな。
I made no promise that I would stay away from her.
あなたね。
He's jealous he don't have boobas. Like, honestly. I wish they were brother and sister. They fight like siblings. I swear it was a plot line that they forgot to delete out. I feel like they were like, oh, there's too many layers already. They're not related. Never mind. Like, look at him. I mean, I know this isn't her real face because he modified it, but like, come on. Why you? I mean, he saved her life, right? He brought her back to life. He changed the way she looked so that they wouldn't find her. Like, he knew she was an asset. I was the one who decided to come here to look into the deaths. We're like, they're totally related. Like, they kind of looked related already. They had like a similar hair color. I think we even said like their jaw looked similar. Like, look at their faces. Look at the shape of their faces. They're similar. Even their color motif. I know he's like wearing a lab coat, but like she's like white and black. He's white and black. Yeah. We made a better plot line than the game did. I explained things at the old bag even though it was all in vain. I'm gonna pretend they're related. Let's just, yeah. I see, I suppose that makes sense. I should have known you have so little concern for others that it's impossible you would have come here to drag her back. Now that you understand, bring her out here. I'm terribly sorry, but you hobbled over too late. She left with Capuchin to his hospital about 2 hours ago. What? What? The old woman went back inside the orphanage and came out with a note in hand. I read it to find the name of the Maiden of Death on it. Brother and sister plot is better. People be like, no wonder why mama hate him and they fight like siblings, right? Like, let's be real. Like, I don't fight with my sister anymore, but when we were kids, like, we fought all the time. Like, this is a normal banter. Like, it sounds heated and angry, right? He's like this old lady. Like, it's not angry. It just sounds angry. I still fight with my brother. We're too old for that now. As well as the simple explanation that she was headed to the hospital headed by the Society of Exorcists and why. So there you have it. She was already gone by the time I woke up. Lucas introduced us to the hospital. I suppose it'll be fine. I'm so worried she went alone. I want to be there to bring her back just in case. The Royal Guard was directing the hospital to perform examinations on the witnesses to confirm the possibility of an epidemic. The Royal Guard is more stupid than I thought. My brother will imagine us being 50 and calling each other and be like, you suck, and hang up. There was this really cute old siblings that were like basically in a nursing home, and they were just like, oh, she's always just dragging her feet. She's taking all the time she wants. And the other girl's like, shut the fuck up. Keep running your mouth. And I'm like, it's sibling love. It's just love. But like, it's sarcastic love at the same time. The reason for the strange death, they know it's because of the memory crashes caused by strong feelings of love. I always go to my brother and be like, you suck. I usually call my friends those losers, so I'm like, those are my losers over there. And now they're involving citizens under the guise of an investigation. They may as well make a direct confession of guilt to me. And above all, I hadn't yet discovered the reason why the memory crashes were happening. I haven't heard of any other witnesses being taken in for examinations, including the youngest Cloud. In other words, the girl's a special case, meaning they're after her. I assume that they watched her to see when she would be in Shadis and quickly moved the corpses in order to make her a witness. But why?
まさか俺が引き連れていたというだけであの娘を特殊な人間だと勘違いしているわけじゃないだろうな。
They couldn't possibly have mistaken her for someone unique just because of her association with me? That was entirely plausible for these simple-minded fools.
くだらん。
This is ridiculous. I sighed at my conclusion and turned my back on the old woman.
無駄に時間を消費した。
This was a waste of time.
あの娘がいないというのなら、ここにいる理由はない。
Wait, why are we away from Sheen? So this takes place in chapter 3, right after he confesses that he does the experiments on people, including prisoners. And she gets creeped out and refuses to go back for a little while, and she just delivers sandwiches like a courier pigeon. I don't know. But yeah, but because she was doing that, apparently Capuchin was keeping an eye on her and going like, she's delivering information every day, not aware that it's sandwiches. So that's where we're at. I have no reason to be here if that girl isn't.
最初から最後まで自分勝手な男ね。
You really care only about yourself, don't you? That's right. Sir, you're way too small for that chair. What's up with that? They should definitely have like this zoomed in a bit. Surely they wouldn't find anything by examining that girl, but I should keep a close eye on them to determine the connections between the royal family and the Society of the
あの
Exorcist.
雑用係に本当に何かあるのなら話は別だが。
Still, things may change if that maid actually does have something to her. Interesting. I was released by Dr. Capuchin after a simple examination and a blood draw. I was told the results of the examination would be sent to the orphanage in a few days, as I reflected on the relief I felt when he told me that my pulse was normal. Sheen came to the orphanage and asked about me. Mother had come to bring me back, and after we arrived home, she told me of the unexpected guest that visited this morning.
ええ、何でも変死事件について聞きたいことがあったのだとか。
Yes, in fact, he mentioned that he wanted to speak with you about the strange death. He was very curious about those incidents. Maybe I should go to the institute and explain to him what happened.
やめておきなさい。中途半端な接触はしないと、あの夜決めたのでしょ。
You shouldn't. You decided yourself that you wouldn't needlessly come into contact with him, didn't you?
それにあなたが見聞きしたことは、他の人からでも聞ける情報なのだから。
I want to see him. I miss him. Besides, what you saw and heard there are things you can find out from other people.
あの男なら、とっくにそちらに向かっているでしょう。
I'm sure that man is already headed off to collect his own information. I suppose that's true. Then I'll speak to him only if he asks for me again. Mother,
何？
what is it? Did Sheen seem well? I couldn't help but quietly ask my question. Mother gave me an awkward smile in response to me asking about him so quickly. Girl, he's too old for you. I'm not letting y'all stop me from seeing my husband. Well, you would have never left his side. And instead of being annoyed with me...
ええ、憎たらしいぐらいに。
Yes, I hate to admit.
あなたが毎日ちゃんとした食事を届けているおかげか。心なしか顔色も良かったわね。
See, doesn't this seem like the contentness of a sibling right now? Maybe it's because you bring him food. I suppose he was looking well. She told me about Sheen without hiding anything. I see, that's good. I couldn't believe myself. It felt ridiculous that I was so worried about the person I was supposed to fear. I was a bit relieved after hearing he was doing well. I have to pull myself together. Now that now that more of these strange deaths have appeared, I have to make sure I keep Anku's warning in mind. Shaking my head, I switched my train of thought before I started overthinking things. In any case, in order to cooperate with Adolph's investigation, I'll try and remember the situation and the number of victims tonight so that I can write it all down.
ええ、それがいいわね。夕食の用意は私に任せて。
I think that's
あ
a
な
good
たはその
idea.
作業に集中しなさい。
Leave dinner to me. You just focus on that. Thank you, Mother. I'll take you up on that offer. And I'll wake up with a small child in my bed again. Back in my room, I quickly took out a pen and a notebook. And while carefully digging through my memory, I wrote down the number of victims and any characteristics about them I could remember.
僕が一番乗り。今日は僕が姉ちゃんの隣で寝るんだ。
Hey, I got here first. I get to sleep in sis beds
ず
today.
るいずるい。私が一番最初にお部屋を出たのに。
No, fair. I was the one who left the room first. Whoa. 4 of the children suddenly barged into my room. I was so surprised I almost dropped my notebook. You startled me. What are you all doing
姉
here?
ちゃんの部屋にお泊まりしに来たんだよ。
We're here to sleep in your room, obviously. Sleep here? I tilted my head, confused at this proposal. I'd never encountered it
あの
before.
ねこの子が毎日お姉ちゃんと一緒に寝てるって知っていいなって思ったの。
Child A, Child B, who are these kids? Well, we knew she was sleeping here every night, and we thought it sounded
そ
fun.
したらいっそみんなで姉ちゃんの部屋で一緒に寝ようぜって話になったんだ。
Oh, I also forgot Blue. She's always like building up this negative energy, and that's what causes the fires, and it's usually from being around people. So that's why she tries to keep people away from her. Yeah, that's actually cute, but I'm worried. Yeah, that's why she avoids crowds. So we talked about it and decided that we would all sleep here with you.
私も笑うようになったお姉ちゃんといろんなお話がしてみたい。
Yeah, I want to talk about all kinds of things now that you're smiling more. I see. I never actually said that she could sleep here in the first place.
私だけの秘密だったのに。
This is supposed to be my secret. She pouted, puffing out her cheeks. I held her in an attempt to comfort her. Listen, I'm really happy to hear you all say that. But just like Mother and I told you all, you shouldn't sleep in here with me.
少しなら大丈夫だって。僕、姉ちゃんの隣。
How much longer are you streaming? I was gonna stream until midnight, which it's almost midnight, but I'd kind of like to get at least to the end of this chapter. We'll see how it goes. She said she didn't know how long Anku's powers or whatever stopped the curse or whatever. I'm worried. Yeah, exactly. She needs to drink more of his blood. Quick, go drink Anku's blood. Nothing weird. Just a little bit is all right. I get to be next to sis. The boy dove straight into the bed and covered himself with a sheet so he couldn't easily be pulled
そ
off.
れなら私、その反対で寝る。
Then I get to be on her other side.
じゃ
Am
あ
I?
私は落ちないように奥の方。
Anku, come back here. Give me your blood. Yeah. Then I'll be on the far side so I don't fall. And I followed him following him were 2 of the girls. What should I do? I was sure if I tried forcing them out of the room, they would just come back.
早くお姉ちゃんもおいでよ。今日はみんなでぴったりくっついて寝よう。
Anku, we need you. Like, Anku, hi. Come on, sis. Let's all sleep snuggling close
怖
together.
い夢を見ても僕が守ってあげるね。姉ちゃ
I'll
ん。
protect you if you have a scary dream. That said, I couldn't truly be angry at these children who only wanted to be near me. In that case, all right, let's sleep here together. In exchange, we can't stay up late. We have to go to sleep early, all right?
はーい。
In unison. Okay. I'm very worried about the kids, Anku. Please, remember, in one route, they all died anyways. I would have to leave the room once I saw all the children were sound asleep. Giving in to their demands, I lay on the crowded bed.
お姉ちゃん、やっぱりあったかい。
You're so warm, sis. Thank you, but I think the warmth from all of you is far more gentle than mine. After convincing myself to give in to their demands, I couldn't help but feel their loving warmth.
なんだかドキドキしてうまく眠れないね。
My heart's beating so fast I can't sleep. In that case, let me tell you a bedtime story until you do.
どんなお話？
I don't want them to die again. I don't want their blood on my hands once more. What kind of story? Let's see. Something a bit more difficult would be better if I wanted to be sure they fell asleep. After some thought, I began. Let me tell you about a lonely girl called Death and the one who gave her joy and a place in the world he watched over. Of a god that was a bit scary and strange. I imagined his figure again one I couldn't possibly forget. I began my story about the arrogant god, leaving out the more gruesome parts. Interesting. Capuchin. Capuchin backed the off. He's gonna fall in love with her DNA. Chromosomes filled with genes that compose the human body. Yes, those genes determine the composition of the human body.
これは
What is this? I couldn't believe my eyes. I ran through the test again and checked the results, but no matter how many times I ran them, the results were always the same. The moment I knew these results were fact, a joy I never felt before came over
な
me.
んと美しい。ナディアと同じ。
Fuck this guy, yeah.
それ以上に美しい遺伝子だ。
How beautiful. These genes are just as... No, even more beautiful than Nadia's. Oh. I saw strange chromosomes that possess traits of both human and flower. Organic structure found inside cells that contain specific genetic instructions. It'd be disturbing for an amateur to see. But to me, it was the most wonderful, beautiful form they could possibly take.
彼女の遺伝子もまた私のコレクションに加えるのにふさわしい。一刻も早く本体を手に入れなくては。
Her genes must become part of my collection. I have to secure her body as soon as possible. A greedy laugh I had never heard from myself before filled the
す
room.
ぐに迎えに行くから待っていてくれたまえ。
I'll come get you right away, so wait for me.
私の可愛い可愛いリコリスの姫
Maybe this did happen. I remember him calling us his sweet Lycoris princess. My adorable princess of the Lycoris. I smiled, imagining a future where I beat Sheen Brophy to her and secured myself a beautiful new bride. Yes, in order to freely pull her out of that orphanage.
その理由が必要だ。
I'll need a suitable reason. Stranger danger, help! Thank you, ads. You're like prayer hands. Is this one long chapter? It says chapter 3. That's just one. The next day, I was on my way to Adolph's office to bring him a notebook. I had written my notes in. This is about all I saw and heard. Will it be any help?
十分だ。被害者の人数がわかるだけでもかなり助かる。
It's plenty. It's a lot of help just knowing how many victims there were.
遺体もこの兵に回収された上、連中相変わらずこっちに情報を渡そうとしねえからな。
On top of collecting the bodies, those guys don't intend on handing any information to us after all. It seemed that Eves wasn't here because he was still asking around for information at Sheen's request.
実質、またシアンと協力関係を結ぶことになったってわけだな。
We're even cooperating with Sheen again, too. Life is strange.
もう二度と事件が起きねえなら、それが一番なんだけどよ。
See? He doesn't have the ribbon in his little sleeve-em-a-bob, but Hugo does. But his is on his wrist. Is there... Why? I need to know. Oh my god, Adolph! I'm so glad your head's still on. Oh man. To think about, right? What a concept. That's fine as long as the incident never happens again. I agree.
失礼します。ここに彼女が来ていると自警団の方から伺ったのですが。
Excuse me, I heard from the other members at the corpse and that Leah was here. I just struggled through your story, my guy.
おや、皆さんお揃いで。もしや、
Go
シェリ
away!
ーで起きた事件について
He can't. He
話し合
doesn't
わ
know
れて
how
いたのですか？
I 。 I realized I like that one. Alright, I see you're all here. Are you discussing the incident that occurred in Shadis?
い
Excuse me, I heard from the other members at the corpse and that Leah was here. I Sir, we didn't get your 2 CGs. Oh, those CGs are hiding in the side stories. So I have to do the side stories to get those ones. I just plan on doing like a side story stream at some point to get the side story pictures. We got the one for Mathis where he's making tea, but there's another one for Mathis too from that. Here's the thing, I don't like the side stories. I find them boring. I just like, if you can't trickle it into the main story, it's a waste of time. Him learning how to make tea, not really sure I'm interested in it. Sir, we didn't get your side story stuff because I didn't go for it. We just need a day. I can't wait for, is it the one that's from the pufferfish's point of view? Lucas, how do you know about these deaths?
私の住まいはシュディのすぐそばですから。あれだけの騒ぎがあれば自然と
Sure,
耳に入って
Lucas,
きま
sure.
す。
My home's in Chadas. Some commotion would naturally reach me.
そりゃそうか。今回は特に観光令は敷かれてねえし。
That makes sense. There isn't a gag order. Sure, sure, sure.
それでこいつに何か用か？
So do you need something from her?
はい。実は先ほど病院に寄った際、カプシーヌ先生から彼女への届け物をお預かりしまして。
I'm pretty sure you're breaking some HIPAA laws. You should not have anything from a doctor to give to me when you are not related to me, like as like a husband. I don't even know if you're allowed to. You know what? You're not me. You shouldn't be getting anything from a doctor to give to me. I was at the hospital earlier, received from the Dr. Shapushin to give to you, Kapushin. I said his name wrong for me. Lucas took out a small envelope from his pocket.
なんでも先生曰く。
According to the doctor.
先日の検査の結果が出た。例の変死事件につながるような異常は見つからなかったが。
The results came for her exam the other day. There was nothing abnormal, but
少しばかり体温が高いようだ。
Oh, that CG. Oh, did it just post? Oh yeah, it's midnight. I love that picture so much. It's so cute. Her body temperature appears a bit high.
おそらく軽い風邪だろうから、リュカ君に預けたこの薬を飲んで、一晩ゆっくり休むように。
I feel like you would have already known that. I feel like you don't need a result to find out I have a temperature. That seems silly. That's silly. I think she just has a slight cold, but please ask her to take this medicine and rest soundly for the night. Drugs.
とのことで、忙しい先生の代理として君に薬を届けに来た次第です。
Seeing as the doctor is so busy, I've brought this medicine to you in his stead. You, my God, right? A cold? I had no idea I had caught one. Gosh, I don't feel hot or ill or anything.
風邪の引き始めってことだろう。そのまま熱でも出してぶっ倒れでもしたら、シスターたちが心配するぜ。
Hugo, don't do this. All right? I already hate you, like, so much. It's kind of ridiculous how much I hate you. It's probably just starting. I'm sure the sister would be worried if you suddenly collapsed out of nowhere. Give me an option and I will not take medicine that I got randomly from a doctor.
医者に行く手間が省けたんだ。今日はもう帰って、おとなしく休んどけ。
You already saved a trip to the doctor. Go home today and stay in bed. Lucas, why don't you walk her there? God, everyone was simply worrying about me, insisting I take care of myself. There certainly was nothing I could do to help if I stay here. All right, I'll stay at home and rest. Lucas, thank you for going out of your way to bring this medicine to me when you're always so busy. Gosh, what a gem. All right, don't break an egg. All right, bye.
いえいえ、大切な教え子のためですから。
I think after Kyo and Sina's route, I might do Seiya's route. Minami, I don't remember spelling the demon's name. And do the spirit world love interest. I mean, Koyo's still my favorite. I was actually telling my friend about 9 RIP and she's like, all right, well, which one's your favorite? I'm like, well, I haven't finished them all. But Koyo. I like Koyo. This boy, cute. Love him. Not at all. Anything for my dearest student. After giving my thanks to Lucas, I took the envelope with the medicine in it.
お大事に。施設の子供たちのためにも早く元気になってくださいね。
Take care, Leah. For the sake of the other children at the orphanage too, please get well soon. I will. You take care, Lucas. And then she died. After returning to the orphanage, I explained the situation to Mother, then did a few chores before taking the medicine and going to sleep. Since I might pass on the cold to the children, I made sure to tell them they absolutely couldn't sleep in my room tonight. Alright, no sleeping in here. At this point, I only hope I finish EpiC's route by the end of the year. What? No peace of mind for my game. Why? Wait, are you still not feeling good enough to play? And little girl D doesn't listen, so she's there anyways. What am I supposed to do? I woke up in the middle of the night to see myself surrounded by sleeping children. I had been worried about this for a few nights now. Probably should just get a lock on your door and then they can't climb in. As there was no lock on the door in my room, the children could come in here and to sleep all they wanted. I suppose I'll have to go somewhere else tonight too. After tucking in the children so that they wouldn't catch a cold, I quietly left the room to find a place I could spend the night alone, only to find out murder. I'm gonna finish 9 RIP for the year, and that's my goal too. That and this one. I have a long stream I can do a Sunday. I have to double check. We might be so Christmas is a thing, right? That's real. I just have to make sure if I have to double check. I could do a long stream possibly, but I'm gonna double check if we have anything we have to get set up. Everything I was so sure to buy has been sold out. What were you gonna get? Oh no, not yet, but the fam's planned out, and then I'm stressing about Christmas gifts. I'm kind of there too. I'm almost got everybody purchased. I just have a few people left, but like little girl D's got a cough, guys. Little girl D's gonna die again. I woke up a bit earlier than I intended. As I got up, I stretched my arms and moved around a bit to find nothing in particular wrong with my body. I had no pain in my throat and no symptoms of a cold. I suppose the medicine Capuchin gave me worked really well, even though I didn't feel sick yesterday. Mother was forced to do most of the chores yesterday because of the cold. I decided to water the garden and finish the laundry first. With that plan in mind, right after I got changed, I heard hurried footsteps in the hallway. Leah! Mother burst into the room, not yet dressed in her usual attire. Sweat was all over her face, and she looked so pale, as if she were more sick than I was. Mother, what's the matter? You look so panicked.
お医者様へ向かう準備を急いで整えてちょうだい。
Get your things to go to the doctor, hurry.
あなたの部屋で寝てた女の子が急に苦しみ出したの。
One of the girls that was sleeping in your room is suddenly in pain. Well, we told them not to do it, so... The moment I bursted into the room, I saw the girl coughing up largest amount of blood, her entire body convulsing on the bed.
おい、しっかりしろよ。
My brother wanted the Star Wars backpack, Ugg boots for my sister, a blender for my mom. Aww. That sounds cute. And they're all out of stock already?
マムがすぐにお医者さんのところに連れて行ってくれるって。
Mother said she's gonna take you to the doctor soon. I knew I should have bought it, but I was waiting for discounts. I'm the same way. I'm so cheap. The other children shook her body and called out to her, but the girl didn't respond at all, not though her eyes were wide open. These symptoms, I knew them all too well. When my curse infects someone and causes them to spit up blood and die, it was those same symptoms that caused the death of so many people I cared about. Little girl D just can't get a break, man. I was barely able to keep myself from collapsing to the ground. I carefully picked up the girl's body so as not to get her put her through any shock. She's not dead yet. She should be saved if a doctor can save her. I needed to focus on saving her instead of blaming myself. I told that to myself and rushed out into the hallway with the girl. Down the hall, through the doors. I rejoined Mother and we prepared ourselves to head for the nearest hospital when...
おい、施設でまたあの死神の娘が犠牲者を出したって。
How would they know? Started yawning, sorry. How could they know? Did you hear the Maiden of Death killed another victim at the orphanage? Heard she's the one who caused the death in Shadis too. Who says that girl doesn't cause misfortune at that orphanage? How utterly ridiculous. Are you gonna say the same thing after you drag us into your mess too? There was a mob of people around the orphanage completely blocking the way out. Why are there so many people here? Oh, Milo, the one that gets a fucking name once again. I wanted to help her, so I asked around for someone to call a doctor, but when I tried to explain the situation, more people started crowding around saying it was your fault. Milo, desperate call for help. Call the royal guard. We have to capture Death, the murderer, and have her executed. Manifested in an unexpected way, stealing our way out. My gosh. This is like the boy who died on his lunch in a cafeteria in 9 RIP because they just were like, she poisoned him when he's literally choking. At least Milo's not blaming her. He was trying to help. Yeah, but I still don't like Milo because he's blamed her multiple times. I intended on investigating the death of the... on my own today. Wow. Wait, is that his neck tattoo on the ground? Did I never notice that before? There was a capsule in front of me, now broken by a sword, as well as a test subject that was partially formed clumps of flesh. I was kicking the head of the idiot who conducted the experiment in an attempt to crush him. I remember this. Why are you doing this? Shut up, Filth. I spoke bluntly to the man whimpering on the floor. Oh, I think he just wanted the new body, right? Listen carefully. Apart from a few exceptions, reliver technology was made to extend the lives of those on the brink of death. If you want a new life as a reliver, you will either have to die or get weak to the point that a new body is required. I literally saw that part, the boy who ate food too quickly. Yeah, I just can't believe that, like, scene. They're like, and then they literally picketed her. I'm like, bro, what? Like, he was choking and you're like, he's poisoned. Which is why helping you out fulfill one of those criteria. You have to thank me later. I gave him a final kick to finish him off. He rolled across the floor, pathetically scattering spit and stomach fluid as he did. You think you can get away with doing this to the royal family? Of course, it doesn't matter whether or not you're a member of the royal family. Get in my way and I'll have you terminated. I replied to him matter-of-factly as I wiped off the stains from my shoe on the floor. I thought this monster would just give up and go home once I blocked his genes to make sure he could no longer be a reliver again.
私にそんな口を聞いてもいいと思っているのか。
Are you sure you should be talking to me like
貴
that?
様が隠している貴重な検体はすでに我らの監視下にあるのだぞ。
Would you confess that? Well, I mean, I guess if you think you could stop you from getting, I don't know, murdered. Oh, Simon, you existed. That's right. The precious subject you've been hiding's already under our watch.
検体。
Subject. I already knew what he meant.
あの娘か。もはや教団とのつながりを隠す気もないようだな。
That girl, I suppose you've already given up on hiding your ties with the society too then. The man was clearly mistaken about something, smiling in his delusion of
些
victory.
細な理由さえ得れば我らの命令一つであの娘を確保することができる。
We need only the slightest reason to issue an order to seize her without question.
それが嫌ならば神の座を降り我らに従えシアンブロフィワーズ。
If you don't want that to happen, then come down from your throne as a god and obey us, Shinbrofi. What if he doesn't care?
好きにしろ。俺には関係ない。
Do what you want. This has nothing to do with me.
ほう、拒絶するか。それならば
So you refuse in that case.
あの花もどきの能力は我らレイブ・ポワール家が有効活用させてもらう。
The Revpoor family will make full use of the flower ability she possesses. The man's claims stop me from returning to work.
花もどきの能力。
Flower abilities? What do you mean?
とぼけても無駄だ。我らの協力者がすでにあの娘の体質を完全に解明しているから。
Simon talking too much. It's the opposite of a villain expositioning like aha thing. It's like the opposite of the right way, or like you're giving me the information I need. There's no point in playing dumb. Our supporter has already proved the source of her true power.
お方貴様はあの検体のリコリスとしての能力に目をつけ利用しようとしていたのだろう。
Thanks for the information, Simon. Yeah. We know you've kept your eye on that specimen to use her Lycoris traits to your advantage. What? Lycoris traits. Wait.
本当に何かがあるというのか。
Is there really something about that girl? The rumor about the Maiden of Death I found so utterly ridiculous suddenly started running through my mind. Watch him just use us in this one. What if we turn into just a test subject for him in this one? The thunderstorm and the poor crops, the spread of influenza, ghost sightings, the source of that fire, encountering the strange deaths, and... Sheen, there's an emergency call from one of my subordinates living in Cohen.
クーネのシスター・サロメという人が運営している施設で
In Cohen, the orphanage that person called Sister Salome runs.
お嬢さんが死神の呪いで女の子を殺したって大騒ぎになっています。
There's a huge commotion over there about Leah killing a girl with Death's curse. The ability to spread the curse in Arpachel. Dude, you are lying on the ground waiting to be revived right now. You just had your ass handed to you. Do you really think you're in the position to giggle and chirp? I don't know. Seems we now have our reason to take her into custody. You there, put a call to my father immediately.
その娘をこの国を呪った元凶死神の娘として城に拘束する。
Okay, first off, the source. She's definitely not the source. She's literally 18. This has been going on for a few hundred years, so calm down. The Maiden of Death is the source of our country's curse, so we will confine her to the castle inn. I looked down at the source of the sound. I suddenly realized that I was crushing the man's head with my steel-toed shoes. Your Highness! Do you understand what you've just... I picked up a fragment of a capsule that was on the ground. Dude's out here assassinating people. Whoa, wait. I cut the throat of the onlooking nuisance without hesitation. Oh man. Also, by the way, I hope that people realize they are the ones who actually killing. They are the one who actually killing the little girl. She's still alive, but they're interfering. We still need her to go to the hospital. Yeah. I mean, there's a chance she still dies. Or maybe, in this one, she lives because she comes up. The previously human mass sprayed blood everywhere as they fell to the floor. My shoes are dirty now. I wiped the bottom of them across some stone slat. And after straightening my coat, I began walking towards the exit. The hut. Yes, what is it?
出かける。車と警備兵を2、3人。3分以内に正門までよこせ。
I'm going out. Get the car into 3 guards ready for me at the front gate in 3 minutes.
わかりました。でも、
Maybe Sheen helps the little girl. I don't want what's his face near the little girl. Listen, I don't think what's his face would care about the little girl. No, of his nonchalance. Love him for that. Understood, but what? The hot looked up at me as he shook. Why are you in his artificially colored eyes? Why do you care?
何楽しそうに。
Smiling like you're having fun. I saw the reflection of a man smiling like a demon. Is he in love with us, or is he now in love with our genes? Is he now Capuchin? Did they ruin Sheen? Get out of the way, the girl's life is in danger. I can't wait for you to fall in love with our girl. Maybe he doesn't. I'll explain to you all later. Right now, we need to get to a doctor. You're just saying that so she can get away and leave things unsettled again. This little girl's literally coughing up blood. We tried to force our way through, then became surrounded by residents behind us as well. As we tried to navigate this precocious situation where our one misstep could mean bloodshed. I could feel the girl's breathing get weaker and weaker. Please, let us through. Fine, I'll admit it. I'll admit that I'm spreading death curse. I'll accept whatever punishment is necessary. Please, at least let this girl through. As I desperately pled to them, the girl's body seized up. And after opening her eyes wide and coughing out blood, she stopped moving without saying a word. Her limp arms fell downward with no strength left to hold them up. The lips that once spoke sis were now still. Little girl D has died once again. No. I embraced the girl's body as despair filled me. I loathed myself for it, knowing that I was the one who caused her death. However, anyone looking on would believe the rumors of death, would see this as a terrifying sight. Oh, you're scared? You literally wouldn't let them through. Oh my God. It's like someone has a stab wound and they're like, please, they're bleeding everywhere. And then you're like, no, we're gonna stand here and ruin your life. Oh my God, they died. It's your fault now. I'm on auto accidentally. Kill her. If we let her go, we can't be sure she won't reap our souls too. Dude, this is her. This would be my villain story. This would be my villain story. The tools and long cut wood the townspeople held were pointed straight at us, just as they were all ready to charge. What are you all doing? The figure that came rushing forward forced itself between us and the unruly crowd. Dolph saw me standing motionless. In my arms was the little girl whose lips were stained red with blood. With a mob in front of me, he immediately understood. Everyone get out of here now. You're still gonna side with death at a time like this? Oh my God. She just killed a child with her curse before our very eyes. Shut up, you lowlives. A Adolf glares of contempt stopped the crowd's accusations in an
我
instant.
が身可愛さに助かる命を見捨てたのはお前らだろうが。
You're the— oh, he sounded a little bit like Anku. You're the ones who killed this innocent life out of stupidity and
こ
fear.
れ以上俺の家族を害するつもりなら
If you intend on hurting my family again,
一人残らずこの場で切り殺す。
I'll cut down each and every one of you here and now. He readied his sword with a very clear intent to hurt them, and the crowd drew back where it pointed. They were struck with fear, seeing in the light of his eyes and through his voice that he was not an empty threat. A doll for once, thank you.
なんでこんな奴が自警団のリーダーなんだ。
Damn it, why is this guy the leader of the corpse anyways? I don't know. Why are you here threatening people and then blaming them when someone dies? Of course, as they cursed as they ran from the scene. Soon the only sound that remained was Adolph's angry breathing. It's my fault, because I'm death. I killed this girl who only wanted to be by my side. Leah. I felt Mother's gentle yet firm hand on my shoulders as I looked down at the sleeping girl in my arms. Little girl D, rest in peace once again. I laid the girl on the bed and softly closed her eyes. I had no right to lay a finger on her, but Adolphe was standing guard outside and Mother was busy calming the other children, so there was no one else to tend to her. I brought out a handkerchief and moved it to wipe the blood from her mouth. A tear of mine fell onto the girl's cheek. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If only I had been able to push you further away. Indeed. If this girl was healthy all her life, then fell ill suddenly and died from the curse, it's Lucas's fault. Yeah, it was most certainly my fault. Anku's spell must have worn off for some reason or another. Death's curse, which withered away humans' lives like flower, was relentlessly eating away at this girl's life night after night as she slept beside me. What's wild is in the first game, they were scared of her. Because she is death, right? It's weird. I left the room knowing my grief could not bring her back and saw Mother and Adolphe outside with serious expressions. The children must have been made to wait together in one of the rooms. The normally noisy orphanage was so silent now, it was almost as if no life inhabited it.
助けに来るのが遅くなって悪かった。
I'm sorry I came too late to help.
言い訳にしかならないだろうが、この辺り一帯をこの衛兵どもが完全に封鎖しててな。
I know it sounds like an excuse, but the royal guard completely blocked off every road leading here.
この衛兵たちが
The royal guard?
ああ、何か大取り物の準備をしているらしい。
Looks like they're securing the area for a
騒ぎ
manhunt.
を聞きつけたイブとヒューゴが連中を引きつけてくれている間になんとか抜けてきたんだが。
Yves and Hugo heard the commotion too, so while they kept guards distracted, I was able to slip through.
肝心な時に間に合わなかった。本当にすまない。
But I couldn't make it in time for the crucial moment. I'm really sorry. The girl was also fond of Adolphe. If only she had a name. Lily, we miss you, little girl D. I could see that. Although Adolphe was calm, he was also in shock at the loss. You know, but you did nothing wrong, Adolphe. I forgot who I was and let myself give into her affection.
その悪くないという言葉、そっくりそのまま返す。
I'll say it right back, but you did nothing wrong either.
私もアドルフも子供たちもあなたが原因だなんて思っていない。
Sirius is not death at all, but I am. I will destroy this world. Honestly, I'm down to becoming death. I mean, she's pretty cool in the DC series. That's fine. Neither I nor Adolphe nor the children think you're the cause of this.
きっと何かどうしようもない不幸が重なったのよ。
If I live in this world, I instantly would become a villain. Honestly, I would too. If they block the path, like, we gotta get this kid to a doctor. Oh, look, you killed her. She's not dead. I need to get her to a doctor. No, I'm gonna block your way and surround you and tell you your death. And when the kid breathes its last breath, I'm gonna blame you for it. I'm sure it was just a terribly unfortunate coincidence, but we could do nothing about it. I felt so pathetic for forcing them to console
とにか
me.
く 今は今後の方針を考えることに集中した方がいい。
In any case, we should focus on what you need to do moving forward.
あの様子だと、いつまた住民どもが押しかけてくるかわからねえ。
Oh, that situation reminds me of something in another Atome game. Have I played that one? After seeing that, there's no telling when those idiots will barge in
そうね。
here.
私たちは最低限の自衛ができるけど、万が一にも子供たちに何かあったら。
I agree, the two of us can protect ourselves to an extent, but if something were to happen to the children...
この施設そのものからしばらく
Is
離れ
it
た方がいいだ
Piofori?
ろうな。
Is it Dairoku? Is it Bustafellows? I can't play Bustafellows, by the way. It might be best to evacuate the orphanage for a short while.
自警団のメンバーに何人かに分けてガキどもを保護してもらえないか当たってみる。
I'll ask around the corpse to see if we can split up the kids and have everyone take care of them.
お前は俺の家に来い。
Leah, you'll stay at my place, then why separate the kids? It's one of my favorite Atome games and my first Atome game. Wait, do I remember this answer? Hang on. Everyone's first Atome game was Amnesia. Obviously. Charade Maniacs? I don't think Charade Maniacs was one of your first Atome games. It's a pretty new one. It was true that Adolphe looked healthy enough that no one could say the curse had any effect on him. 7 Scarlet. He had not gotten sick even once despite being around me. That said, I still felt unsure. We just played Variable Barricade. What's else on my backlog? Is it Jack Jean? Is it Olympia Soiree? That's like the only one I haven't said. That's over there. Oh no, but if I'm near you, the same misfortune might.
お前な、まだそんなこと。
Listen to me, are you really going to keep? I thought my heart would stop at the sound of the door being kicked open. Now immediately alert, I turned around and saw...
全員今すぐここから逃げろ。
Everyone, you have to get out of here now. It wasn't one of the residents who barged in, but a young man dressed in all black. It's not all black, but I appreciate it. Hanku? He was someone I could trust. You got... Oh! Because I don't own it physically. It's hang on, I got this. It's this lovely girl right here from Code Realize. Got it. There's that keychain. I got it. It's because it's digital. I don't think about digital. I need physical copies. He was a strange man whom the other two were meeting for the first time.
誰だ?
Who's that? They were on guard, having no idea who he was, and I stepped in to keep them apart. Wait, Adolphe. He's someone who's helped me a number of times. He's the one who warned me about Vigilante to stay vigilant when I went out to the Lycoris field the other day.
このあからさまな不審者がか?
He's very clearly suspicious, though. Yeah, but he's cute. Even though Adolphe was glaring at him with mistrust, Anku didn't seem to care. Now it was more accurate to say he didn't have time to care. I thought it was going to be Shin too. Honestly, I was kind of surprised. He must have ran here as his face was drenched in sweat.
レーブポアルケとカプシーヌが君の死神としての正体を暴いた。
The Revenpour family and Capuchin have declared your identity as death.
その身柄を狙い、こちらに向かってきている。
They're on their way right now to take you into custody. Huh?
なんですって?
What? For Adolphe and Mother could protest. People just keep bursting into the door like Kool-Aid Man style. Like, we heard the sound of others bursting through the door. Is this the resident of the Maiden of Death who killed a child? Nah, you're in the wrong one. Further down. The next one over. As the voice boomed, other soldiers filled in the empty space of the room. Dude, Anku, a little faster. Standing behind them was a man with an appearance of an attire reminiscent of the royal family.
姫君、私たちの後ろへ。
Princess behind us.
絶対に前に出るなよ。
Don't even think about stepping forward. The moment the soldiers arrived, Adolf and Anku both stepped forward to protect me. Wow. After the man from the royal family looked around the room, he fixed his gaze on me.
その金の髪
Dominique. Ah, Dominique. The blonde one
貴
there.
様がシアン・ブロフィワーズの切り札たる花もどきの女か
So you're the false flower, Sheen Brophy's secret weapon. Sheen, Dahat, please, help. You said 3 minutes. It's been more than 3 minutes. He grinned a sinister, greedy smile. False flower? And what did he mean by Sheen's weapon? Man gazed down at me as I stood there, not understanding what he
とぼけ
meant.
ているのかそれとも本当に何も知らぬのか
You're either playing dumb or you truly know nothing.
まあよい貴様の身柄さえ抑えてしまえばこちらのものだ
No matter, we shall have the upper hand once we capture you. The man raised his hand and the soldiers surrounded us.
何のつもりだ適当な言いがかりでこいつを連れて行くなんて絶対に許さねえぞ
Dominic, I forgot you existed. I mean, Mother might. Just stab him a little bit. What do you think you're doing? I'm not letting you take her away from with a half-assed reason like that.
そうよ。この子が何をしたと。
He's right. She's committed no crime.
適当な言いがかり笑わせてくれる
You want to hear her crime, do you? Ha! Don't make me laugh.
罪なき子供を殺めた死神を捕らえ粛清するのだ我らにこそ正義があると思うがな
We have come here to capture and punish death for killing an innocent child. Are we not to upholders of justice here? That means if I go with you, everything will be settled peacefully, right? I won't resist, so please don't involve Adolf or Salome or the children's here.
お前
Leah, what are you?
いきなり何を言い出すの。そんなこと。
What are you saying? I
私は絶
absolutely
対に許さないわよ。
forbid it. You're saying so much, Salome.
落ち着きたまえ姫君そこにいる未熟者も
Calm down, princess, and you too, young one. As I began to move towards the royal guard, Anku reached out his arm and stopped me.
捕らえることだけが目的なら少女一人に対しこれほどの兵を用意するはずがない
If they merely needed you, there's no reason they would ready this many soldiers to escort a single girl.
君が応じようが応じまいが奴らは
Rather you do or do not cooperate with them.
口封じあるいはシアン・ブロフィワーズへの見せしめとして君以外の全員を皆殺しにするつもりだ
They'll kill the rest of us to make sure their secrets are kept and perhaps to send a message to Sheen Brophy. What?
分かっているのならおとなしく粛清されるがいい
Now that you understand, be sure to be still and accept your punishment. Oh my god. With a gesture from the the soldiers all brandished their weapons.
渡すものか。お前らのようなウジ虫に私の大切な娘を。
I'll never hand over my precious daughter to maggots like you. Mother pulled me back by the shoulder to protect me. Mother! I wanted to shout for everyone to run, but
それなら俺の取る行動も一つだけだ
if that's the case, there's no other
非
choice.
常に不本意だが同感だ
I hate to agree with you, but there is no other choice. Oh, I feel the same way. Adolf, Anku. My brain did that. The three of them absolutely refused to move from where they stood. The sword of the royal guard pointed menacingly at us. One of them moved to swing at Adolf. And a large hole opened up right between his eyes. Confusion swept across the room as it all happened so quickly. Before everyone's surprise could settle, the Watchman of Death spoke from the center of the room.
正当防衛成立だ
And that was an act of self-defense.
しかし頭に穴が開いた程度で死ぬとは
Really? To die from just a hole being opened in your head?
人間とはやはりもろく不便な生き物なのだね
Mortals really are frail and unfortunate beings. He flashed a menacing grin. I just... Okay. We are overusing this gun at this point. Like, this gun has now become utilized in 2 of the routes? Of the 3, and the other one was in hell, so there was no way to do it. Like, what? This was a secret weapon in the last game. And his right hand was a weapon I had never seen before. A ranged weapon?
ご名答。
Precisely.
死者を無駄に増やさぬよう管理することこそが私の仕事だが。
Under normal circumstances, it is I who ensure no lives are lost unnecessary.
今だけは例外だ。
But this is a special case.
命を散らすことをためらわない腐りきった魂の持ち主たち。冥界の裁きにかける必要すらない。
For the owner of rotten souls that destroy lives without hesitation, there's no need to wait for a judgment of Hades.
今ここでこの死の番人が君たちの魂を刈り取ろう。
The watchmen of death will cast judgment and drag your soul down where they belong. A rush of fear struck the royal guard like lightning, and their eyes were fixed upon an unfamiliar weapon with fright.
どうしてお前がそんな武器を持っているのかは知らねえが。
I'm not gonna ask where you got that thing.
今はこの状況を突破するのが先だ。
First, we gotta get out of this situation. I just like that he pulled his sleeve up for this.
これだけの騒ぎになれば、イブたちが駆けつけてくれる。それまでなんとか持ちこたえるぞ。
Eves and the other will make their way to us soon enough. We just have to hold our ground until then.
君ごときに言われずとも分かっている。そちらもせいぜい姫君の盾としてあがくのだね。
Young one, you do tell me nothing I do not already know. Just do your best as my princess's shield. Adolph and Anku both moved forward and began eliminating one by one the royal guard that came here to kill them. I ducked out of the way and under a table where I watched the battle unfold with fear. One after another, the royal guard soldiers were either cut down or shot.
何をもたもたしている。数ではこちらが圧倒的に有利ではないか。
Yeah, but they're doing that standard thing where only one person jumps at them at a time, so they're never getting overwhelmed. Damn it, what are you all doing? We have an overwhelming advantage in numbers.
申し訳ありません。ですが、こうも狭い場所ですと。
My apologies, but in a small space like this, another small explosion dispatched from Anku's Anku and gouged a hole into the soldier. I looked around to discover that Anku and Adolph seemed to have the upper hand. But their strength was very visibly drained. He's pulling a gun trigger, bro. Adolph, Anku.
お前はそこから動くな。
You stay put right there.
捕まったが最後人質にされるぞ。
If you get caught, you'll be made a hostage. The sharpness of their commands kept me where I was. I knew they could fight more easily if they didn't have to worry about me. Where is Scien? Is this his route or not? We keep taking them down, but they just keep coming. And they don't stop coming. I need Scien to appear before I go to sleep. I need Scien to appear in this chapter to end so I can go to sleep. Meanwhile, we have to take down the coward from the royal family hiding behind them all. Okay. Ooh, I thought this would be an hour. I won't lie. Anku readied his weapon and pointed it at the royal. In all the chaos, the man didn't even realize he was being targeted. Anku understood what it meant for him to kill a member of the royal family, yet there was not a trace of hesitation on his face. As Adolph bought him time, Anku tightened his fingers around the small lever on the weapon. His eyes narrowed with precision, threading a line of sight from him to the man's skull. He excelled, and I felt Mother's presence slip away from me as she was pulled by the ankle. Don't think you've won. The one who had grabbed her was a soldier who had been knocked to the ground. Mother! Oh no! My eyes burning. The man regained his footing and dragged Mother away from me. Freeze unless you want this woman to get hurt. He's got a gun. Let go of me this instant. But I thought they'd both say mom. The moment he saw them, Anku froze.
おお、よくやった。これで抵抗を抑えることができる。
Sheen, please help your sister. Your sister, Salome, come on. Well done, and now we can stop them from resisting. Let's go to let go of Mother. What if he's his like? Imagine half siblings, right? Like they have the same mom, but the mom's not royal or something like that. That would make sense. Like, oh, my mother.
それは聞けぬな。
I don't think so.
サマラ、この女の命が惜しくば、今すぐ武器を床に置け。
That's a hard sell when you already said you're gonna kill everybody in this room. Like, you're not gonna stop. That's not gonna stop you from killing the mom. You already said you're gonna kill everybody in this room and just take the girl. You bastards. If you want this woman to live, put your weapons on the floor right now. A sharp blade was held against Mother's neck. It could be thrust through her neck at any moment. Two of them gritted their teeth and put their weapons down. Why?
二人とも何をしているの？
What are you two doing? Don't worry about me.
その子と子供たちを守ることを優先しなさい。
You need to protect Leah and the children.
様、黙れ。首を落とされたいのか。
Why? You want your head lopped off?
いいえ、黙るもんですか。このまま大切な家族を奪われるぐらいなら、いっそこの場で死を選び。
No, I won't be quiet. If it means my precious family will be harmed otherwise, I'd rather die.
呪いよりもおぞましい。お前らレーブポアルケを冥界から全員呪い殺してくれる。
And from Hades, I will curse to death the Revenpoor family that is more loathsome than the curse itself. Why, you insolent. Mother, don't! But my shout didn't reach her. Mother bit the guard's hand, giving her an opening to slip out of his grasp. But the soldier quickly readied himself again. Crush all those who mock the royal family. A sword was raised high, aimed at Mother's back as she fled. Mother! And in that moment, the blade swung down towards Mother and no one did shit? What the heck? We just watching? It tore not through her black garment, but... Oh, Anka. Not Anka, Adolf, sorry, they're the same person, my bad. Through the back of someone clad in red, so the blood was not noticeable at all. Dude. A few seconds later... Adolf, please. She's lived a couple... I don't know, like 40 years more than you, at least. Adolf, now with a large gash across his back, collapsed to the ground. With nothing holding it back, his lifeblood flowed out of him at a terrifying pace. Adolf, no! Adolf! No. I screamed aloud and rushed to Adolf. I held out my hand to him. Wow. Is this happening similar, but like with less children death? Just one so far. Leah, promise me you'll stay alive. I didn't make it in time. His smile reached me before I could reach him. Little girl D died again, and it's off just like the last game. Damn you. Ads. While still pouring out blood, he grabbed onto the shoulder in front of him. Why you... You over there, the creep. Adolf shouted, was directed at Anku, who had been standing there frozen. Drenched in blood, he fixed his gaze straight at the Watchman of Death through golden eyes warped with pain. You know what I want to say, right? Right, Anku? His quiet voice strangely seemed to echo through the room.
いいだろう。
Indeed.
君は姫君にふさわしくない。普通の人間だが。
Though you may be a normal human unworthy of my
その
princess,
覚悟だけは好みでしかと受け取った。
I see your resolve and accept what it conveys. Picking up the weapon he had dropped before Anku readied it swiftly. He then pointed it straight at the soldier Adolphe held down and without hesitation opened a hole in the soldier's body through which his soul could escape. Once he saw it happen, Adolphe was able to release his hold on the last of his strength and sank back into the pool of blood he had created. Oh my gosh. I stood frozen in shock, hardly believing what had just happened. Adolphe's bright red blood quietly and gently reached me and Mother. Adolphe. There was no response. With eyes closed and body still, he fell into the deepest slumber where he lay. He's dead? Adolphe died? In order to protect us? He sacrificed himself? Ah, she screamed. Our screams shook the room. Adolphe! I screamed out in the maddening state, falling to my knees and pulling up his body. I could tell the warmth of his body was draining out of him with his blood. No, 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 no. Answer me. I still haven't paid you back for protecting me all this time. I knew it was too late, but I couldn't stop from applying pressure to his wounds in a futile effort.
たかだかこの衛兵一人を殺すために自分を犠牲にしたか。
He sacrificed himself to kill a mere foot
こ
soldier.
ちらにはカエの命がいくらでもあるというのに
How
実
ridiculous.
に滑稽だな。
When I have so many replacements at my disposal.
まだ生ぬるい。
However, I'm still far from satisfied.
侮辱した報い。この男の首を晒すことで受けてもらおうか。
I think Yinny said it too soon about, oh, good to see you with your head on. For mocking us, we shall make a public example of him and display his head as a show of punishment. Sir, with the soul... Yeah, he's still here, and he's still acting very cocky for the fact that Anku still has a gun. With the sole intent of disgracing him further, the malicious crowd closed in on Adolphe, who was no longer even breathing. Leah. Anku covered me from behind, and as I held Adolphe's body in a desperate attempt to protect him, I only had my desperation fueling my efforts so that his sacrifice wouldn't be made into mockery. Please, and I prayed, if there's anything I can do, I swear I'll do it. I pleaded, please God, please save us.
ほう。その言葉に偽りはないな。
Oh, so I have your word then. Huh? Into the chest of the approaching soldiers flew a torrent of arrows from the rear entrance. When did he become an arrow guy? What was that? The one who walked slowly from the back, followed by his security guard, was...
いいだろう。契約成立だ。
I accept. We now have an agreement. You waited until my brother was dead. You waited until little girl D was dead. Are you serious?
願われた以上、俺がこの海どもを一掃してやる。
Sheen, you're late, but I like that he prayed, and Sheen appeared like, yeah, I'm your god. He's already done this bit before, where he's like, yes, when they're like, oh god. Since you asked, I'll go ahead and clean up this rotten trash. The god of this land, whom I chose to never see again. Sheen, what are you doing
お
here?
前を迎えに来た。雑用係。
It's been 500 years. So true. So true. So many sleepless nights. I came here to fetch my maid. Me?
ああ、そのためにエクソシスト教団で野暮用を済ませてから来てみれば。
Right. I had to take care of some things with the Society of Exorcists before that. Maybe secure the girl first.
まさか単細胞どもがここまで早まったことをしているとはな。俺への牽制もあるんだろうが。
And now I'm finding these idiots already here. I'm sure they want to keep me from doing what I need to do as well. After Sheen glanced over at Dolph sleeping on my lap, sure, he's sleeping. He's sleeping real good. He gazed at Anku, who held his weapon as he protected me.
シアンブロフィワーズ
Sheen Brophy.
お前以外にもなかなか面白い個体がいるようだが。
I suppose there are other specimens as interesting as you.
安心しろ。今のところお前以外に興味はない。
Don't worry. For now, I'm only interested in no one but you. Thanks, I guess. At my confused expression, Sheen gave a scoff. As if to instill even more fear in him, he walked towards the royal.
シアン、貴様。
Sheen, what are you doing?
いくらリライバー化の実験を握っているとはいえ。
Sheen, don't look at me like that. I'm already in love. You may have the rights to reliver technology.
王族を明確に敵に回すことの意味を知らぬはずでは。
But you know very well what it means to be an enemy of the royal family.
そうか。それならお前らを一人残らず殺せば。
I see. In that case, keep in mind this guy has like earrings. Like this is someone who's like, I only care about my work and my ponytail on my one side and like my 6 earrings. And my lip gloss. But also I have no time to sleep. Or eat food. In that case, there's no issue if every last royal is dead, correct? I heard a squishing sound, like something sinking into a pool of mud on the floor that was covered in Adolph's blood. Why? A human eye covered in blood was thrown onto the floor as if it was a piece of garbage. The royal screamed as he withered in pain. The only reason I knew it was Sheen who tore out his eye in an instant was because his glove was now stained with blood.
戦争でも処刑でもしたいのなら好きにしろ。
Wage a war or execute me if you like. I don't care.
俺はそのすべてを打ち破り、不寛の者としてこの国を呪いから解放してみせる。
Damn, that's kind of hot. See? See, Blue? You get it. Like, he's like this. This is how he is. That's why we're like, okay, sure. He's literally the example I give on how I would have liked Lucas. Like, it's fine. Be mean to other people, but be nice to me. I will defeat you all, and from where I stand above this world, I will release it from this curse. And as his security guards did away with the rest of the royal guards, Sheen turned my way.
そのために必要な材料はたった今揃ったんだ。
I don't know if that's the look of love or experimentation. I could be the next project. This could just be a bad ending, guys. I have just acquired the key element I need to do so. And in his eyes, I could see my own reflection clearly. A terrible chill ran down my spine. Sheen was always so calm and sullen, but as I looked at this twisted smile I never imagined he could make, I sensed something in it akin to bloodlust. In that moment,
シアンブロフィワーズまさかお前まで彼女の秘密を
Shin Brophy, don't tell me you know her secret. Anku immediately pointed his weapon at him. I knew he was about to cleave a path through Sheen's head. A member of Sheen's security appeared behind Anku and tackled him to the ground. Anku? Sheen, what are you doing? Anku's our friend. He was protecting the orphanage.
そんなこと俺には関係ない。お前を得るのを邪魔する輩は排除するのみだ。
That doesn't matter to me. All those who get in the way of me obtaining you must be eradicated. Huh? Smell of blood filled the room. Stepping through the pool of red liquid without hesitation, Sheen closed in on me where I sat on the floor and bent over to peer down at my face. His
会い
expression.
たくてたまらなかったぞ。雑用係。
Are you sure it's this route and not the after story? The continuation story? Because this is the alternate, like, We had the A and B ending. This is the C ending. I couldn't wait to see you again,
Yep.
maid. Or I could, should I say,
俺の貴重な実験体。
my precious specimen was like a demon right out of a picture book. Oh my god. That was 2.5 hours for one chapter, guys.
あらゆる奇跡は彼の手のひらに。
I'm getting scared, but I don't mind. Honestly, I was like, is this just gonna end dark? Is that it? I have to get through this. It won't let me save right now. So rude. He could weave together any miracle. Nothing was
万能の
impossible
手に不可能はなく。
in his omnipotent hands. The ability...
彼にかかれば、
Sorry.
死者の蘇生も、時を超える術も、確かなものとなる。
The ability to bring the dead back to life and travel through time were things he could turn into reality, but
だが
perhaps
それは、神すらを超えた、別の違う何かだろう。
it would make him into something else that would surpass even a god. Alright, we did it. It took me another hour than I thought it would take me to get to the end of that chapter, by the way. Sheen's time for me to be like a red flag. Listen, hear me out. Yes, he's a bit crazy. Yes, I shouldn't date him. But who am I to judge, right? Who am I to judge this man? He's a god. I still love him too. I don't have... I'm scared. I'm worried. I don't know how it's gonna go. Let's see if there's anybody up this late. There are people up, but it's late and I don't have, they're not playing what we're playing. Trash Taste is on. Wait, what? Things I didn't need. They're playing Ark. We'll raid people next time. It's too late. It's too late to raid. My brain's not working. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you everyone for being here tonight. It was a late stream. I hope you guys had a lovely Turkey Day if you celebrated it. We will be back next week. We will have a stream on Sunday. It could be a short one. It could be a long one. I'm not sure just yet. And technically, tomorrow's the last day. If you haven't submitted for a chance to get a holiday card, don't forget to do that. Thank you, Asia. Thank you, Blue. I'm going to show there was a lot of people in chat today. Yinny for being here. Ray was in here earlier. We had... Whom else? Oh no, it's not going far enough up. We had... there were so many people in chat today. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm Sweepy, and I can't remember everyone. I think Helen was here. Thank you, guys. I hope you guys have a lovely night. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember, you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. And if you're here in Twitch and you want to remember our lovely adventures we're having, or the nightmares we are surviving through, you can check them all out on YouTube. I upload all the VODs onto there afterwards. I hope you guys have a lovely night. Thank you so much. I will see you guys soon.